Thought my mic was bugging out, so the cat stayed there a bit too long. Yeah, you got me really interested with the part that they voice act. So I gotta check it out later. If I keep getting to ask you for the link to the channel. But I'm pretty sure I have oh no? Huh, that's weird. I used to get DMs from random people all the time. I gotta have that turned off. How do I do that? Security, maybe? Block whispers from strangers? Unless I whisper them first. Someone I follow on my mom. Yeah, so I gotta DM you first, I guess. Yep. Uh, what? Oh, yes, I get that. No, I'm still on part 6. It's the last one for the, what's it called? The, chapter. This is the Rena-focused one. And really, it's the big, you can figure everything out from this one. If you're big brain. So anyway, last time we left off, Rena vanished after telling Keiichi to back off. I do wonder where she went. Someone said that she was demoned away. How could they say such things? I can't believe their nerve. Alright, have some dinner. Enjoy. Keiichi-san, you look down today. Me. Satoko and Rika-chan noticed something odd about my attitude. I couldn't sleep at all last night because of what Rena told me. Friends don't keep secrets from one another. That sentence bit into my heart. I couldn't sleep because of the pain. Mion, Satoko, and Rika-chan too. I have something I need to talk to you about. Is it about Rena? No, it's not. It's about me. I decided to tell them about it, because they were my friends. But I didn't know why I was expected to change by doing so. They might despise me. Was there any benefit in telling them? No, there wasn't. I knew that for sure. But I still wanted to tell them about it, just because I thought it would help heal the pain I was feeling. What is this about, Keiichi-san? Well, it's the truth about myself. I'd appreciate it if you listened to me. It's about what happened to me before I moved here. I was the kind of guy who wasn't good at anything but studying. I learned the tricks of the game called studying at my cram school. The game. I enjoyed the sense of superiority I felt by getting good grades. I kept studying just because I wanted to look down on the other students. When my grades got better, my parents got happier, and my teachers praised me. I felt good. It was fun to look down on the students who were good at running, dodgeball, or swimming. That was the only reason I kept studying. Before I knew it, not only was I the top of my class, I was the top of my school, and nobody liked me. So I started to think I was the most important student there. I looked down on the kids who were playing in the schoolyard during lunch break. I enjoyed feeling a sense of superiority to them in my insignificance. The more I studied, the better everybody expected me to do. They started to place high hopes on me. They expected me to go to the best school in Japan. I flattered myself in thinking I deserved to go to that school as well. But the fun went out of looking down on people, while the burden of studying didn't change a bit. My classmates stopped admiring my cleverness after a while, and my teachers started pushing me to study more. All of a sudden, the fun had gone out of it. To begin with, I didn't even like to study. I had average reflexes. I was average in a fight. I was an average boy with nothing that really drew attention. So when I found something that I could use to get that attention, I jumped on it. It happened to be studying for me. But if it was riding a unicycle or juggling, I would have done that too. When I realized I didn't enjoy studying anymore, it got very boring. I was just a little boy who wanted to be praised when I did something better than anybody else. I finished all of my summer homework because my parents praised me for it. I took charge of cleaning duties at school because my teachers praised me for it. So when they stopped praising me for what I did, I began to feel as though my life had no meaning. My parents used to give me an allowance that was proportional to how good my grades were, so I used to get a substantial amount of money for my age. I don't know if I had a natural interest in violence, or if I was looking for it because of my frustration at the time. If I'm talking a bit weird, it's because my nose is stuffed and it hurts to talk normal. I took an interest in BB guns. At first, I shot at cardboard boxes. It was fun. Being violent at pieces of cardboard relieved a lot of stress. Nobody blamed me for doing that. But soon, I started wanting to do something I should never have done. On the box that my BB gun came in was a warning label that read, "Do not shoot at people." That was when I thought about doing just that. Why did I do something I shouldn't have? I guess I was just immature. I wasn't interested in studying anymore, but I forced myself to do so anyway. My parents forced me to go to several cram schools. I was mad at them for that. I should have told them I didn't want to study anymore, but I didn't have the courage to do that. So, I used my frustration as an excuse to do something cowardly. I shot at kids who were younger than I was with my BB. It gave me such a thrill. It felt so good to do something bad when I was so overcome with studying. Needless to say, I had no personal grudge against the kids I shot. As long as the kids passed through a deserted street, they met the requirements to become my target. I didn't mean to hurt them. I shot at them once or twice from a distance. That was all I wanted to do. But sometimes they didn't react at all because the BBs hit a thicker part of their clothes or something. I didn't like that, so I started to shoot until they noticed they were being hit. It inevitably escalated into a barrage of gunfire. Jeez. I study a lot. I'm doing something good. So I deserve to do something bad to balance out the good thing I'm doing. That was the unbelievably selfish excuse I made. I thought I had the right to do things like that because I was suffering myself. I thought people who weren't suffering like I was deserved to be shot at and to get hurt a little bit. I was so selfish, so arrogant, and so immature. I was disgusted with myself. If I could have met myself at that time, I would have given myself a punch in the face so hard that I'd knock out all of my teeth. They started to call it a series of attacks on school children. The principal of my school held a morning assembly to inform everyone about the case and to warn them to be careful when playing outside. I was laughing sneakily. The PTA issued a letter of warning and advice to take the safest way to and from school. Parents took turns watching kids when they walked between home and school in groups. The more serious it got, the more it reminded me of the excitement I first felt when my grades started going up. I was absorbed in that game I was playing. I didn't think that I'd get caught someday. I didn't even think to stop doing it either. One day, I found a little girl who was walking down a narrow, dark street, all alone. She was a very small girl. I don't know if she was on her way to her friend's house, or if she was running an errand. I didn't care which. It was careless of her to go out alone. The school had warned her not to. Well, she doesn't go to school, so it was her fault. Just like always, I made a selfish excuse, and attacked her. Some of the shots hit her in the back. She noticed she was attacked by someone. She turned around. It was a natural reaction. At that time, I didn't hesitate to rain hell upon her. So when she turned around, I was still shooting at her. Usually when I shot at a kid, she cried in pain and ran away. But this girl was different. She thrashed around in excruciating pain, holding one of her eyes. When I saw her doing that, I realized what had happened right away. The BB had hit her in the eye. Until that moment, I didn't think about what would happen when a pellet that could easily go through a cardboard box hit an eyeball. Anyway, the girl howled in pain, and for the first time, I realized I had done something horrible. She saw me, so I couldn't take her to a hospital. I couldn't do anything about it, so I left her there while she was still screaming in pain. I wondered if she was okay, and I worried that she had lost her eye. I kept thinking about her, and I didn't even feel like eating that day. I went to the bookshelf in our living room, snuck a medical book to my room, and studied the structure of the human. It was too late to make a difference, but I studied what kind of injuries would make a person lose their vision. I knew it wouldn't make the sin I committed weigh any less even if I found out that she wouldn't lose her sight. I couldn't sleep that night, and I suffered from a high fever. It wasn't my parents, my teachers, or the police who first punished me for what I did. It was my own body. Before dawn, I woke my parents up and confessed to my sin. They were shocked at first, but it seemed like they understood the situation quickly due to my recent disobedient behavior and my interest in BB guns. My mom cried hysterically. My dad slapped me in the face till it swelled up. Before the sun came up, I turned myself into the police, accompanied by my parents. Satoko stared at me with a stunned expression. I deserved to receive that kind of look. What I did was very wrong, and I needed to accept that. Is that all true? Yes, it's all true. I'm sorry I didn't tell you until now. What made you want to tell us? Mion asked me. Rika-chan nodded in agreement. To tell you the truth, I don't understand why. Well, I know, but... No, I'm just saying that I don't see any reason why you had to tell us about it. Well, I didn't want to keep secrets from my friends. You're my friends, so I couldn't hide it from you anymore. What are you expecting us to do? I'm not expecting anything. If you're asking for forgiveness, I can't give it to you. You have to ask the kids you attacked if you want that. It won't help any to tell us about it. I agree with Rika. I think you're really brave to tell us, but I don't understand what you want to do from here on out. I don't want to do anything. I just thought, it's not right to keep secrets from my friends. My friends looked annoyed by the sudden confession of my past. I took it as bitter medicine. I got what I deserved. Kei-chan, I have a question. Why can't friends keep secrets from each other? What? I mean, that's what you're saying, but... I really don't agree. I don't agree either. Mion and Rika-chan obviously disagreed with my statement. Satoko nodded, following suit. I don't think it's wrong to refuse to tell people things you'd rather not. We all have lots of things we don't want to tell anyone else about, like tragedies, mistakes, and other things you don't want to remember. If I'd have to tell someone everything to be true friends with them, I wouldn't want to have them as my friends at all. But... Keiichi, there's a difference between things you don't need to confess and things you have to confess. You'll have to confess what you did to receive forgiveness. But once you're forgiven, you don't need to keep confessing. Quite. You turned yourself in to the police, and they scolded you good, did they not? You atoned for your sin, and you were forgiven. What more do you have to do? I'll be right back. Cat has to be removed. And out you went. You turned yourself in, and you accepted the result. You did what you had to do. It's very important that you keep reminding yourself of your sin, so that you won't make the same mistake again. But you only have to take care of that on your own. It's not something you have to confess to everybody. That's very true. I have many embarrassing stories I'd rather not tell anyone. Sakura does have quite a lot of them. It's not only me. Rika has a heap of them too. Me. Satsuko and Rika-chan fooled around with each other like they always did. Mion looked at them and looked back at me. Satsuko just said something very important. Did you get it? You mean the part where she said she has a dark past that nobody needs to know about? No. The bit after that. She's saying that everybody has something they'd rather hide. Considering that nobody grows up in a sterilized room, we all learn by trial and error. It's called life, you know? You do both good things and bad things in order to grow up. Your goal is to become a wonderful person by the end. Everything that happens is a very important experience, including both the good and the bad. The same goes with everybody. Satsuko, Rika-chan, and me. The same applies to everybody in this class. For example, me used to be a very bad girl. Meow meow. Well, I'm not proud of it or anything, but shooting at people with a BB gun is like nothing compared to what I did. I used to throw bricks at people. I can't even count how many times I ended up in a cell at the police station. During the dam conflict, I was a regular there. I'm not kidding, it's all true. But it happened in the past, and she doesn't have to tell you about it, even though she's your friend. Even though she's my friend. I made a lot of embarrassing mistakes and committed some crimes too. But I don't tell you about them, because telling you wouldn't help in any way. If you feel better by telling us about your past, we'll listen. But there's no rule that says you have to tell us about your past just because we're friends. I don't want to dig up a past that you don't want to talk about. That's what true friends are all about, I think. I agree with you, but we're happy if you feel better now by telling us about your past. We can forget about it if you want us to. We'll never change the way we see you because of this. What you did in the city has nothing to do with who you are right now. You're a precious friend to us. I actually don't want to know about your past, to be honest with you. I agree with Rika. The same thing goes the other way around. Even if you did something great in the city, but if you were a nasty person there, here, I wouldn't care what great things you did back then. In other words, Kei-chan, the sin you committed in the city is something that you should keep secret in your heart. You don't need to dig it back up just to tell us. I mean, you can if you want. And if anybody changed the way they saw you because of that, I'd look down on them. No matter what happened in the past, as long as you're a great person at present, you shouldn't be embarrassed of yourself. Am I wrong? What's the purpose of living if we can never earn redemption? Satsuko used to be a big baby who couldn't do anything by herself. She regretted it deeply. Now she's a strong, independent girl. That's why I admire Satsuko today. I don't care how weak she used to be. Rika? What about you, Kei-chan? Are you going to change the way you see me because you now know I used to be a very bad girl who was a regular at the police station? You won't, will you? I am who I am. Our friendship won't change, and we'll keep playing and laughing like we always do, right? That's what being friends is all about. What? What? What's going on? Naomi's trying to cheer me up with an encouraging smile on her face, but her expression became distorted all of a sudden. Big teardrops fell from my eyes. What? Why am I crying? Let me just say this. I didn't know anything about Satsushi, because you all hid it from me. We didn't mean to hide it. Oh, you didn't tell me about the incidents that happen every year, right? Ah, that's because we didn't want to, Chapter 1. You didn't want to scare me? Just because of that, you left me out? No, we didn't mean to. Mion didn't know what to say. She had tears in her eyes. I'm just gonna skip through this a bit. Scare the village, and I just moved here. What more reason did she need? Skipping through a bit. Ah! We're friends. We're friends. What were friends to me? They were my true friends. They really cared about me. They were so nice to me and helped me feel at home in this village. I couldn't have been happier. Everything was great, wasn't it? Hey, John, please don't. It was hard to believe she was acting. I could feel her pain. She was in pain because she didn't know what I was blaming her for. She looked so sad, but I didn't notice her pain. I thought I was her friend. I didn't understand her feelings. I didn't trust her. I just used the word friends, but I didn't do anything like what friends were supposed to do. That's right. I was such a fool. Mion was Mion. She was my best friend. Why did I doubt her? Why? Peichan looks down these days. He just moved here from the city. I guess the fatigue must be setting in. He probably caught a cold as a result. I see. Then he needs to eat something nutritious. My grandma is making ohaki today. I'm going to ask her to give me some so we can bring them to Keichan. Oi, Mion, wash your hands first. Hello, Rena-chan. Would you like to try making one too? Wow, that looks like fun. Yes, I'd love to try. Here we go. I have a great idea. What is it, Michan? What's that little bottle? What is it? It's not fun to only have sweet ohagi, you know? Gotta have a spicy one. Let's put hot sauce in one of them. It'll wake him up for sure. That's right. That's what happened. They brought ohagi for me to help me get better. They only tried to cheer me up. Why did I get so scared of them? Just because Mion knew I had lunch at Angel Mart, I grew terrified of her. Hey, you don't look good. Maybe you should go lie down. That's right. Maybe we should leave. They just wanted to cheer me up with the joke, but because I look so serious. See you. Please get better soon. I hope we can hang out in the club tomorrow. That was a normal way of saying goodbye. I don't want you to be absent from school tomorrow, okay? First of all, have I ever visited any of my classmates who were absent from cold? No, I haven't. I've never done such a nice thing to anybody, because it's too much of a bother. But they did that for me. I understand visiting a friend in the hospital, but I just caught a cold. They came to visit me with ohagi so I could get better soon. I should have been thankful to them and said, I'll get better soon, and I'm sure I can come to school tomorrow. So I'll see you then. That was what I was supposed to say. What did I do instead? I locked the door. I closed the door and locked it as if rejecting. What was I so scared of? What was I so afraid of? Why didn't I say any words of appreciation to my friends who cared about me? I was just so scared of the ohagi they brought for me. What was I thinking? It was impossible that there was a needle in one of them. It wasn't actually a needle at all. It was all in my head, because I had read some manga about someone putting needles in or razor blades in people's food. It scared me so much that I believed it could also happen to me for some reason. And I thought there was a needle in the ohagi. You were so stupid, Keiji. Why would your friends put a needle in food they only brought to make you get better? It was crazy to think like that. Even if there was a needle in one of them, I should have thought it was some kind of mistake, and I should have believed in my friend's innocence. That's what a true friend would do. But what did I do? Pound, splatter, smash. I threw the ohagi they spent so much effort making on the floor. Why? Why did I do that? I got along so well with them. I moved to Hinamizawa and made friends for the first time in my life. They were my best friends. Meeting them was the most wonderful experience of my life. I'd probably have another one like that for the rest of my days. I knew that, but I got scared, and I doubted them. They noticed that I was acting odd. That's why they called the manager, Hirie. They thought a sedative might help me relax, so I could rest and get better. That's why they carried me up to my room. Mion just wanted to make it fun. She's the kind of person who expresses her goodwill by making a joke out of it. I knew that better than anybody. She knew Irie would roll up my shirt to check my heartbeat with the stethoscope. So she was just trying to draw graffiti on my shirt, just like she did to Tomitaki-san as punishment for the game he lost. Yes, that's why Mion took a felt marker out of her pocket. A felt marker. She brought a marker from home because she just wanted to do something funny. She tried to cheer me up by making me take a punishment for fun rather than nursing me, because that's just what Mion is like. She went to the trouble of bringing a felt marker to my house, just because she wanted to cheer me up. Rena held me down tightly, and Mion came closer to me to write something on my shirt. Mion whispered the words she was going to write on my shirt. I heard them. I heard them clearly. I heard what she was going to write on my shirt. I hope you get well soon, Mion. I heard them. Then why? I should have known she wasn't going to do anything to hurt me. Then why? Why? Why did the marker look like a syringe to me? Why did I think that Mion was going to kill me? It was impossible. Impossible! Why? Why did I misunderstand that Mion was going to kill me? Ah! The numbness in my head receded, and slowly, I felt blood start to run through my entire body again. How long was I squatting down there? For a few minutes? Or a lot longer than that? As I looked up at the clock, my hands weren't moving at all, as if they had stopped while I had my eyes closed. Really? The atmosphere in the room wasn't filled with insanity like it was earlier, though it was quiet and gray. Rena wasn't holding me down, and Mion wasn't about to give me an injection. Was all of that just some kind of illusion? There was no sense of presence other than myself in that room. It was an extraordinary experience, the kind I had never had before. I was there, with Rena and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but at the same time, I felt some kind of relief too. The scary incident was just an illusion after all. Neither Rena nor Mion would have done such a terrible thing to me. Tears started forming in my eyes. My emotions were running high. Why? It wasn't a question of why tears were forming in my eyes. Why? It was a question of my sadness. Why did I feel so sad? I don't know. I don't know. You don't know? What do you mean you don't know? You do know. I was so stupid. What the hell was I doing? I was so pathetic and helpless. Mion just tried to cheer me up, that was all. I liked her so much. She was my best friend. She was older than me, but she hung out with me like we were the same age. She was the first one who came to talk to me in class. She was so nice to me, but Mion was lying down in an unnatural position near the window. She was covered in dusky red blood from her head to her chest. The red fluid splattered on the wall was Mion's. What had I done? What had I done? I would never forgive myself. I truly did think of you all as my friends. Why? Why did all this happen? There was nothing fun in my life at my old school. When I talked to anyone, it was only ever about my chances of passing the entrance exam of the schools we wanted to go to. My life was shaded in gray. Friends to me were rivals and enemies to vie with for school recommendation and test scores. My friends here taught me just how unnatural that was. This whole month was a blast. We raised the roof over lunch, my club activities, at the festival. The warm liquid flowed out from my eyes. To my surprise, it was my tears. I didn't have any obligation to cry for them, but I couldn't stop it. Even though they attempted to kill me, even though they almost killed me, I couldn't forget the memories we made during the past month. Or were those fun days fake? Was it an act that they kept playing perfectly to set me up until today? Was it only me who believed that they were my friends? It couldn't be. Rena and Mion, they were my friends for real. Those happy days couldn't have been just a performance. Rena and Mion must have been forced by somebody to kill me. Or that an extraordinary existence called Oyasho-sama possessed them and took over their consciousness. No matter what it was, both Rena and Mion were my best friends. I was stupid. I was such a fool. Such a fool, such a fool, such a fool. Wasn't making any sense at all. I killed my best friends. They were my best friends. And why didn't I trust them? Why didn't I listen to them? I beat them to death. Who did I think I was? I made it sound like I didn't do anything wrong. I felt like everybody went crazy except me. I was such a fool. It was the other way around. Of course it was. I was the only one who went crazy. Kei-chan? Did something terrible. I'll never forgive myself. Ah! Mion was still alive. I have a memory of beating her to death because I couldn't trust her. But that's a memory from a non-existent, different world. But even though it happened in a different world, I killed Mion. I didn't realize how deep that sin was. I even thought until now that Mion was at fault for being killed. What is wrong with Keiichi-san? I don't know. Keiichi-san, please calm down. I'm not dead. You didn't beat me to death. I mean, I'd never let that happen. Okay? Wait. There's no one in our club whom you could beat to death, Keiichi-san. No. No. Mion and Satoko looked confused, having no idea why I was crying. But I couldn't help myself. I learned just now that I could earn redemption by confessing my sin. But I could never earn redemption for this. Not from Mion. No matter how much I cried in this world, nobody could give me forgiveness. And so, I could never earn redemption for this sin. Right then, Chie-sensei came in and noticed me crying. You wouldn't see a teenage boy crying like that very often. Chie-sensei asked me what was going on, but at that moment I couldn't hear anything. Mion and Satoko looked confused. They didn't know how to explain the situation. Rika-chan approached me in the midst of my sobs. You remember, don't you, Keiichi? You remember how you killed Rena and me? Yes, I killed them. I killed them. But I didn't accept my sin. I pretended I was the victim. I cursed and blamed my friends until the moment I died. There was blood everywhere, and, in the end, I just died alone, without any regrets. I clawed at my itchy throat in the phone booth. I didn't notice my sin, and I died alone. Keiichi, did you notice your sin just now? Yes, I did. It took me so long, but I just noticed it. I remember why I did, not here, but in a different world that looks just like this one. I killed my friends because I couldn't trust them. They were just trying to help me, but I didn't listen to them. I don't know why I didn't. Ah! I didn't care if people were staring. I just kept crying. I wanted to transmute my sin to tears in order to squeeze it out of me. Full Metal Alchemist. But the tears that were coming out from my eyes weren't my sin. They were just tears of regret for doing something irreversible. At that time, I felt something touching my head. I opened my eyes and saw Rika-chan patting my head gently. I didn't need any comfort. I didn't deserve any comfort from Rika-chan. But the words she spoke to me weren't ones of comfort. I forgive you, Keiichi. What? Keiichi, you noticed your sin. It's a very difficult thing to do. Not something everybody can. Not everybody can understand how great you are, and hence they can't forgive you. But I can, because I know how great you are. Rika-chan, this is a miracle. You noticed the sin you committed in another world. That's impossible to do. But you did it. That is the most unbelievable and precious of miracles that could exist in this world. I didn't understand anything Rika-chan was saying, but I felt like she's the only one who understood that impossible memory I had. So, you should be able to understand what Rena Ryugu is going through right now. Yes, I understand. She's going through exactly the same thing I went through. She wants to trust her friends more than anything. But she can't. She's the one who's losing her mind, but she doesn't understand that. And she thinks that the world is going crazy instead. I don't know how to save her. I have no idea. Because I failed. I didn't understand until I died. No, I didn't understand even after I died. So how can I make Rena realize why I did even after that? I can't save her. I can't save her. I know, because I was just like her. There's nothing I can do. Calm down, Keiichi. I did fail. But that didn't mean Rena would too. There was no excuse not to save her because I thought she'd fail. After all, what did Rena do back then? I was totally going mad, but she risked her life to save me. In my room, in that world, I had beaten her many times with a metal bat. But she was smiling. She knew I was scared, and that's why she smiled for me. I beat her so many times. Her arms were broken, and her forehead was cut open. I remembered. Rena didn't block her head. Even at the very last moment, she opened her arms towards me, like she was looking for a hug. But I still doubted her, and raised the metal bat up high. Rena told me then, that was okay. Please, trust me. Ah! My friend still told me to believe in her. She told me to trust her. But I still didn't. I lost it and attacked her. She was in danger. She was actually killed. But she didn't even block her head. Instead, she used her arms to reach out for me. Rena continued to say those words until the moment she died. Trust me. Please, trust me. She risked her life to save me. Until her very last moments, she kept telling me to believe in her. But I didn't listen. For so long, I truly believed that I didn't do anything wrong. I feel a little bit better now that you've forgiven me, Rika-chan. But I still have to atone for my sin. I'm going to do that in the same way Rena did for me. I'm going to save her. Rena risked her life to save me. She cared about me until her very last moments. She trusted me. She believed that her words would reach my heart, so she kept saying them, until I cracked her skull. I don't care if I die. Rena died for me. I can die for her too. I was such a fool for failing to understand my friend's feelings. That's why I didn't understand what she was saying. But Rena might be different. This world is messed up, but it doesn't mean that I can just quit. Quitting is the same thing as not believing. I believe in Rena, and in our friendship. That's why I can still make it. I can still prevent a tragedy from happening. I can change fate. We will struggle together to seize our future. Rika-chan nodded with a serious look on her face, and she put her hand in the pocket of her skirt. Keiichi, I won't give up either. I'm not going to lose hope in this world. I was tired from meeting with countless failures. I gave up on this world as it started to go wrong. That's why I kind of gave up on Rena last night. But I was wrong. I realized that the will to fight is such a beautiful and divine thing, and it can work miracles that can even alter the path of fate. So, I'll fight with you. I'll fight again. I'll keep fighting, until I reach the future. I have no idea what you're talking about. It's normal that you don't remember. Keiichi is a special exception. Huh? I suppose I'm too brilliant to understand what's going on. Rika-chan touched Satsuko's forehead to hers. But please remember one day, when you're desperately driven into a corner of misfortune, please remember that he risked his life to save you. Keiichi-san fought for me? It's hard to believe. Isn't that right, Keiichi? Rika-chan looked at me, smiling as if waiting for my agreement. I wasn't sure if I could risk my life for Satsuko. No, I was sure. I'd risk my life for her. Satsuko is my friend. If anybody tried to make her unhappy, I'd beat them up without hesitation. I'd risk my life to save her. There might even have been a world like that. I nodded to Rika-chan. Rika-chan nodded back to me, looking happy. My raccoon, is everything okay? She said she realized I had finally calmed down, and she asked me that. Yes, everything is fine now. Sorry I worried you. Anyway, Neon. What? What is it? I walked towards her. Neon stepped back, not knowing what was going on. She bumped into the blackboard. What? What is it, Kei-chan? You look so serious. I held Neon tightly. She still didn't know what was going on, and her face turned red. Crying on her shoulder, I told her the following. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What? What? What are you sorry for, Kei-chan? This old man doesn't really get what's going on. It's okay. You don't need to get anything. So just listen to me. I'm very sorry. And the hoagie you made? They were really good. They were delicious. They cheered me up. Well, I wanted to tell you that. I would go to school the next day, and the day after that too. I want to tell you that I would see you tomorrow at school, but I couldn't. Very sorry that I didn't give you any words of appreciation until today. I'll never doubt you, Mion. I'll never doubt any of my friends. Never, ever again. So, Mion, please forgive me for what I did that day. Mion must have had no idea what I was talking about. Of course, I didn't either. I didn't understand what I was talking about. But my sin wasn't forgiven yet. I needed to confess my sin in order to receive her forgiveness. I know you risked your life to save me, Mion. So, I'll risk my life to save you too. When you're in some kind of trouble. I promise I will. Hey, John. You're making me blush. Mion's face was bright red. She didn't know what was going on. Sako was blushing too, with a confused look on her face. But Riki-chan and I understood everything. We weren't going to accept a tragedy. We couldn't give up just because the world was going out of order. We were going to fight against fate to the very last moment. Mion fought for me. Rena fought for me. That's why I was going to fight for Rena. Just like she did for me, I was going to risk my life to save her. I think... End of the chapter? I don't think so. Yeah, I thought so. The summit was being held at a traditional Japanese restaurant in Shishibone City. Summit? Oh, is this the... Sonozaki? Oh no. When a black car stopped in front of it, 3 burly cops got out of it, followed by Oishi. They were welcomed by Sonozaki Corps members in equally black suits. Oh my god, a summit, like that kind of summit. It was something you didn't see every day. Thank you for having us. We apologize for being late. I'll take you to the room. Please, follow me. There was a sign saying reserved at the entrance. Oishi and his subordinates were taken inside. They walked through the restaurant's pretentious landscape garden, and they came to the gorgeous Japanese-style entrance. A woman in a kimono was waiting at the entrance, as was Kasai. Upon seeing the police officers, they stopped chatting and bowed deeply. I don't think I've ever seen Mion's mom. So. Oh, hid the hands. That's smart. The woman in the kimono was Mion's mother, Akane. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Sonozaki. Thank you for having us today. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming all the way here, despite your busy schedule. Not at all. I've been looking forward to the feast I'm going to have today. Kiyomizute is famous for its dried bean curd, right? No, I can't wait. Long time no see, Kasai-san. It's been forever since we last met in person. Yes, it has been a while. Well, we seem to be at war, but I'm hoping we can settle this like adults. Although, we're ready for an all-out war whenever you are. No, we have no desire to fight. No, yep, neither do we. Everybody knows how messy things get when you get involved, but I'd like to avoid that as much as possible, since I'm not that young anymore. Obviously, this was a meeting between people who hated each other. The tension in their words indicated that it wasn't likely to be a friendly meeting. I'll take you to the room. Please, follow me. I feel bad that our host is taking us to the table. Well, I know we sent you the invitation under my name, but actually, today's host is the Sonozaki main family. I'm sorry for the confusion. I see. Can I go back and get my bulletproof jacket? No. On the other side of the door, there were several tables, and Mion was sitting at one of them. Since Mion was still young, her school uniform functioned as her formal dress. Still, it looked strange with both the police and the court members in black suits. Hello, you must be the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family. Thank you for having us today. Thank you very much for coming. Please, take a seat. Mion politely welcomed the police, undaunted even though they were older than her parents. Mion gave Kasai a look, and he tapped on the door. The waitresses, who had been waiting behind the door, started bringing out drinks. Ueshi-san, what's going on here? I'm not sure. Well, let's enjoy the meal first. The dried bean curd is really famous, you know? They started drinking, but the tension continued for a while. Mion made the waitresses and the other members of the Sonozaki Corps leave the room, and soon only his Oishi and his subordinates, Mion, Akane, and Kasai, were left in the room. Well, let's start talking about why we're here today. Akane nodded and began speaking. We're having this meeting today so we can resolve our misunderstandings. Such as? Kasai wanted to talk to you about Rena Ryugu for personal reasons. Therefore, this meeting is about the private circumstances between Tatsuyoshi Kasai and Rena Ryugu. The Sonozaki family has nothing to do with this. No. What are these private circumstances? Ryugu-san lives an honest life. How can she have any kind of private connection with Kasai-san from the Yakuza? Kasai? Yes. Allow me to explain. Kasai told the police officers that he happened to meet Rena at a coffee house in Okonomiya. He explained that Rena found something he lost there, and that she offered to bring it back to him. That doesn't sound right. But for argument's sake, why don't we assume what you're telling us is true? What happened after that doesn't make any sense. I heard that you told your members to find Rena Ryugu. That is actually my fault. Rena-san's father was worried about her because she didn't come home after dark, so I sent my men to ask if anyone had seen her downtown, but I made a small mistake. Wait a second. You made us come all the way here, and now you're telling us to believe this bullshit? Could it be that you're making fun of us? Ueshi looked a lot more like a member of the Yakuza than the real Yakuza did. Ueshi threatened them with a nasty smile, and it piled all the more tension onto the atmosphere in the room. Ueshi-san, please don't. Kumagai tried to make him stand down. Officers with hot tempers pair with others who are good at calming them down, just like how Yakuza do. Ueshi backed down with a grin. Kumagai took over, continuing from there. So, what are you trying to say? Do you not want us to intervene because this is a civil matter between Rena Ryugu and Tatsuyoshi Kasai? That's not going to happen. We're going to give her protection. Mion opened her mouth for the first time in a while. You need to explain to me why the police have to protect Rena Ryugu to begin with. Why? Because you guys are after her. Ueshi answered bluntly, but Mion remained nonchalant. That must have made him all the more annoyed. What makes you think we're after her? Why don't you ask what's in your chest? You might know something. Ueshi-san, we're here to resolve our misunderstandings. It's your choice not to listen to us, but I think it's better that you do. Oh, what are we misunderstanding exactly? Your misunderstanding concerns the scrapbooks of Mio Takano that Rena Ryugu is in possession of. The officer's expressions grew stern all at once. All of a sudden, she had gotten straight to the point. You want to protect Rena Ryugu because she has the scrapbooks, isn't that right? Oishi and his subordinates glared back at her without saying a word, making it obvious that her guess was right. Kasai? Akane gave him a look, and he left the room. However, he shortly returned, carrying a black suitcase. Every one of the officers there assumed that there was a tremendous amount of money in the suitcase, and that the Sonozaki family was trying to buy them off. Kasai opened the suitcase and showed the contents to the police. Are these? These are Mio Takano's scrapbooks. I'm afraid we don't have the ones she gave to Rena Ryugu. This is going to be our main course for today. Do you mind if I take a look? No, feel free. We can talk after you read them. I'll make my people leave if you like. Oh, no, you don't have to do that. The cops produced latex gloves from their pockets and put them on, and took one of the scrapbooks out of the suitcase. There were more than 10 of them in there. We found them in Mio Takano's house in Okonomiya after she passed away. Oishi and the others desperately turned the pages of the well-thumbed scrapbooks. Are you sure? These are real? Without a doubt. Oishi-san, if Rena Ryugu has the other scrapbooks, that means maybe the ones she has have the same kind of stuff in them. Oishi looked stunned by the contents of the scrapbooks. He started turning the pages faster, then closed the scrapbooks roughly. Do all these have the same kind of contents as this one? Yes, they do. Feel free to take the time to look at them until you're fully satisfied. The other officers also rapidly turned through pages. They weren't reading them, just flipping through. They took one scrapbook from the suitcase after another, and flipped through the pages roughly. Oishi-san, this is absurd. These are just crappy occult novels. This one says that the netherworld collided with this world, and that dead souls flowed across the gap. How are we going to use this as proof? Well, yours says something about the netherworld. Mine is about creatures from the bottom of the ocean. This one is about classified weapons of the Nazis. This one is about the legendary The New Continent. That one is about Aussie, the mysterious creature known as Sloth. We can surmise that Renner Ryugu most likely has a scrapbook about the parasite theory we've all heard of. The police were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The other officers were shooting glances at Oishi. They hadn't said anything to him, but they never really believed in the story of the parasite, let alone the bioterrorism. But Oishi had believed it and told them he had proof. None of the scrapbooks in front of them said anything about parasites, but it was easy to assume the contents of one scrapbook were no different in nature from another. In other words, all of them were just crappy occult novels. Well, Oishi appeared unable to accept the fact that was facing him, but now that he was actually looking at it, it was too difficult to ignore. Mio Takano was an occult geek who had laughable ideas about the legend of Onigufuchi, but Renda took them seriously, and so had Oishi. The other officers could no longer stop themselves from laughing at the ridiculous scrapbooks. Oishi glared at them, and they stopped laughing. The main reason Oishi took the story of the parasite seriously was because the Sonozaki family was apparently after Renner Ryugu for the scrapbooks she had. Plus, Takano, the owner of the scrapbooks, was killed. Because of these two reasons, he believed in that occult B novel. Oishi was frustrated without a doubt. He has to accept that he was wrong. Oishi was eager for any information that could help him solve the series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa before he retired. A combination of a number of factors made Takano's ridiculous theory become highly credible to him. Let me ask you something. Why was Mio Takano killed? No idea. We have no idea what happened to Mio Takano and Jiro Tomitake. Of course you don't. A liar doesn't call himself a liar. Come on, Oishi-san. Do you think we'd do such a lousy job as to let the police find the bodies? Mion wore a cold smile. She had said too much. Akane cleared her throat as if to condemn the statement. That made Mion shut her mouth. Oishi glared at the young successor, but he knew she was right. Then, why are you after Renner Ryugu? We're not. I admit it's our fault that we made it look like we were after her. For that, we apologize. The reason which made Oishi take Renner's delusion seriously collapsed one by one. Mion and Akane looked at each other. They must have decided to let Akane speak. She did so firmly. We'd like to ask you a favor. We don't want to be involved with the police because of nonsense like this. We heard that Sankai from the police headquarters started work with the public safety division. They're going to do simultaneous raids on our family using this case as their excuse, aren't they? That had been Oishi's request. Oishi took Ren's story seriously, and he wanted to find the research facility that was developing the parasite. He was intending to use it as proof of a potential bioterrorist attack. But as he had no idea where to start looking, he tried to conduct simultaneous raids on all the facilities the Sonozaki family owned in the entire prefecture, in cooperation with the Task Force for Gang Groups and Public Safety. Normally, the circumstantial evidence he had wouldn't be enough to get their cooperation. In fact, Public Safety doubted Oishi's source, because they hadn't heard of any potential terrorist attacks. They trusted their information to him. But Oishi took advantage of his long career and his old friends, and he managed to get them to cooperate. Oishi's face broke out in a nervous sweat. Needless to say, he realized he was completely wrong. We caused you some trouble during the dam conflict, but the era is reaching its end, and things have changed. We're a Yakuza group that sides with the weak and crushes the strong, but we're also trying to achieve peace and stability in line with these changing times. If we get raided now, we're going to lose face. Who cares about your face? I know we'll find something wrong with those raids. We're going to go through with them. If you find something, good for you. But if you don't, you know it'll cause a big liability issue that even you won't escape lightly, Oishi-san. Alright, sounds like you really do want an all-out war, huh? That's what you want. Please carry out your job to your own satisfaction. We'll take on the challenge any time. What? Akane Sonozaki didn't betray Oishi's expectations. Although her right to become the successor was taken away, Akane had been through a lot more than me. Oishi couldn't back out now, but he knew it was a fight he probably couldn't win. Kumagai butted in, tried to calm him down. If we put a stop to the raids, what will we get in return? Mion answered this time. We'll give you these scrapbooks as proof of our friendship. I'm sure you can use them to cancel the raid attempts. These scrapbooks proved how ridiculous Mio Takano's theory was. Takano was dead anyway. I wish he could show people these scrapbooks and say he was fooled. He could still pretend the whole raid thing never happened. He might have to take responsibility for it, but if he didn't back off now, there'd be no doubt that he'd face a hopeless mess. If he was going to back off, it was now or never. The administrative staff at his station weren't exactly fond of him. If he made such a huge mistake right before his retirement, people who had been looking for a chance for revenge would cut his pension with glee. His pension was decided by multiplying his base salary by a certain number. If they cut his base salary, there was no way he could avoid a big reduction. Oishi-san. He decided to back off. It was hard for him to admit mistakes at his age. He grimaced with anger. Kuma-chan, can you take over from here? I think I had too much to drink. I'm going to get some fresh air on the porch. Excuse me. Oishi stood up quickly, and left the room, making a lot of noise as he walked. Kasai closed the door Oishi left open. The room was filled with silence again. At that point, Kumagai opened his mouth. We understand your point. Our intention isn't to cause trouble to all the organizations you own. So I want to confirm that the police and the Sonozaki family will help each other to maintain the peace of this city. Therefore, we're going to put off doing the simultaneous raids. Thank you very much. I'm sure our leader, Oreo, appreciates your concern as well. As you promised, we'll take the scrapbooks. There are 2 more conditions. Go ahead. First, if you find the other missing scrapbooks, you must bring them to us immediately. Second, if you find Ren and Ryugu, you must turn it over to us immediately as well. I'm afraid the second one is unacceptable. Ren and Ryugu is in a state of delusion. We'll make sure of her safety. We'll find the best medical facility we can take her to. She has the right to receive treatment. We can't accept that either. We have the right to question her about the murder of Takano. As a material witness, not as a suspect. Akane whispered to Mion. Mion in turn nodded and began to speak. Very well. We'll accept the second condition. But let us add another condition on top of that. We're going to send her a lawyer. You will only question her in the lawyer's presence. Understood. One more thing. You aren't allowed to delay us by not sending the lawyer on purpose. We'll start questioning right after we find her. We have no problem with that, but you must contact us immediately after she's found. We will as soon as we can. Kinda cut in. You have to call us before you question her. You must call us the very moment she's found. This agreement is made in good faith, founded on our mutual trust. So please do be careful not to do anything that might waste it. Understood. You have my word on that. We'll try to keep our promise with the best of intentions. Kane and Kumagai glared at each other for a moment. Surprisingly, Kumagai was very calm. He was always in the shadow of Oishi, who was loud and noisy, but he had as much guts as his superior did. Oishi was good at taking care of matters in a rough and threatening kind of way, but Kumagai was good at negotiations like this. The meeting ended, and the police stood up from their seats. The tension in the room had finally ceased. Kasai put the scrapbooks back in the suitcase and handed it to Kumagai. Kumagai looked at Kasai, nodded lightly, and took what was offered him. This is a very expensive case made in Italy. Please take it as a souvenir from us. No, we're only supposed to take the scrapbooks. We'll return it to your office later. Thank you for your time. Please give my regards to the family head Oryo-san. The officers left after bowing to Mion. After making sure that the police had left the hallway, Mion sighed heavily and finally let go of her tension. She spread her feet on the floor, flapping the rim of her skirt. Oh man, my shoulders hurt. Why don't you take care of this, Mom? Don't be silly. Your rank is higher than mine. Rank is everything, not age. Hey, Kasai, have a waitress bring me a bear. Oh, and you can let the grunts in and give them something cold to drink, too. You want me to bring only beer? Oh, she can't drink. Bring some orange juice for her. Don't treat me like I'm a little kid. I guess my rank doesn't matter to you, huh? You'll always be a big baby to me. Anyway, your father pulled many strings for you this time. You should thank him. And you too, Kasai. You have to play it smarter when meeting with the common man. I'm a little embarrassed. By the way, I'm very impressed with Rana-chan for making a fool out of Rishi. You have many friends with good potential. I'd like to meet her. We can go to see a play together or something. Kasai, wherever you see her next time, let her know I said that. And don't tell her any more creepy stories, alright? Of course. I'm well aware of that. With that, they successfully dispelled the magical power of Takuma's scrapbooks. The whole mess shouldn't grow any larger. The only remaining problem was Rena. Where could she be hiding? End of chapter. Oh no. Huh. Before I went to bed, I headed to my window to close the curtain. I saw the shadow of a person near the porch. Who could it be so late? Well, I didn't have to guess who it was. There was only one person I knew who might come see me so late. I opened the window and looked more carefully this time. I was right. It was Rena. She was just standing still under the light. I wonder how long she'd been there for. It didn't look like she was going to ring the doorbell. She was just standing there. She seemed to be asking herself whether to ring the doorbell or not. For how long had she been hesitating in front of my door? It looked like even standing was giving her a hard time. She looked very tired. I ran down the stairs, put my sandals on, and rushed out of the house. Rena looked surprised to see me, even though I came out after making a lot of noise. Rena? Is that you? Rena! She looked relieved to see me for a moment, but then she soon glanced downwards and looked sad again. How long have you been standing here? I don't know. Maybe since the sunset. Rena must have been staying somewhere outside for the last 2 days at the very least. And it wasn't like she'd been camping for fun. She'd been in a state of high tension the whole time, believing that someone was trying to kill her. Rena looked utterly exhausted. She seemed to have taken care of the deep scratch she made on her neck the other day with some large band-aids. The band-aids had cute pictures, but that only made the wound on her neck look more painful. I saw some band-aids soaked with blood on her arms and body, too. I could tell she made them herself. She had more scars than she had last night. Anyway, let's go inside. You haven't eaten anything for 2 days, have you? When I tried to take her in the house, she refused with a vague expression on her face. It wasn't that she didn't want to go into the house. It was more like she had to refuse because she thought she didn't deserve it. I can't take it anymore. Even at this moment, the maggots are moving through my body. It itches really badly, and it feels like they're about to come out from everywhere. Rena, I think you have some kind of disease. Why don't you get some rest here, and we'll go to the clinic first thing in the morning. He knows. He understands your delicate situation, so he'll see you in private. No. I know it. I know exactly how Tomitaka-san died. I'm trying not to do what he did for as long as possible. Rena believed she was given some kind of suspicious drug that made her claw at her neck to death, just like Tomitaki-san did. She had convinced herself that it was going to happen. She wouldn't hear anything else right now. But she really wanted somebody to help her. She wanted help, but when someone tried to give her a hand, it looked like the hand of a devil. If this was some kind of disease, what a horribly depressing disease it was. Well, I don't know how I'm going to die, but I don't think I have much time. It's not going to happen. You're a member of our unbeatable club, Rena Ryugu. You're not going to die so easily. Thanks. Bye. I wanted to say sorry before I die. Sorry? For what? Yesterday, I said terrible things to you, and I hurt your feelings. She must be talking about last night. She trusted me, but when Oishi-san told her about my past, she felt betrayed. And after that, everything I did out of goodwill seemed like the opposite to her. I know what it's like. I once felt the same way about you, Rena. Well, before I moved here, I did many horrible things too. A lot, actually. Really? I didn't know. What I did is beyond comparison. You just shot someone with a toy gun. I hit somebody's head really hard with a metal baseball bat. Everybody got hurt really badly. And I also broke the windows of my school and... I know. But I don't care about any of that. You did that before you moved here. That's why you stopped being Reina Ryugu and became Reno after you moved here, right? To me, you're my best friend who's very kind, thoughtful, and fun. That's the most important thing. I don't care who you were before. So, I was way worse than you were. I have no right to say you're not my friend. I felt the same way too. I was afraid of you because I heard about your past. Oh, you knew. Rena laughed sadly. She seemed shocked to find out that I knew about her history, when she thought I didn't. But I was like, so what? Eh? It doesn't matter how bad you were before you moved here. You've been through ups and downs with tears and laughter. But since you moved to Hinamizawa, you've been living a proud life. The important thing is that you regret what you did. That's all that matters. You've grown up to be a respectable person. I don't care about your past. I should have noticed it earlier. Rena is Rena. That's why she's Rena Ryugu. I couldn't understand that simple thing when she said she wasn't Reina. You heard about my past too, right? I was pretty bad as well. I was such a brat. I regret the stupid things I did. So, I thought moving here was a good opportunity for me to start over. I believed I've been the person I wanted to be since I moved to Hinamizawa. Isn't it the same with you, Rena? It doesn't matter how you lived in Ibaraki. The important thing is that you're Rena Ryugu. You wanted to be in Hinamizawa. So I don't care about whoever Reina Ryugu was. Yeah, you're right. We can start our life over as many times as we want. We might make a lot of mistakes and hurt ourselves, but that lets us become the people we want to be. You fall once or twice in your life, but that's life. We can't let that beat us down. We have to keep growing. So, I was such an asshole for getting scared of you because of your past. Doesn't matter how many times you fall. When you go through a lot of pain, you can be kinder to others. So, I don't need to know your past. Even if I knew, it shouldn't have changed the way I treated you. But we were fools. We couldn't understand that until we went through things like this ourselves. Mio knew that from the beginning. We were such fools. We hurt each other, and we made each other cry. So, Rena Ryugu is and will always be my best friend forever. When you have to go through a hard time, I'll help you no matter what. Trust me on that. Thank you. I trust you, Keiji-kun. It's very tragic, but what she said isn't true. She probably didn't mean to lie. But I knew she didn't trust me from the bottom of her heart. My words didn't reach her. I knew that because Rena kept telling me to trust her that time. She kept saying those words, while I kept hitting her with the bat. But they still didn't reach me. I don't think I have much time left. But I'll try my best to save Hinamizawa, because wonderful people like you live here. No, Rena. I'm not going to let them take over this village. I'll fight so we can regain the peaceful days we had. I'll defeat their conspiracy. She said that she trusted me, but she didn't understand anything I was saying. Even if I kept telling her that the conspiracy was Takuma-san's delusion, it wouldn't reach her. Thank you, Keiichi-kun. Thank you for forgiving me. I do. I forgive you. So please forgive me for what I did to you. I'm going to save Hinamizawa. I promise. So Keiichi-kun, will you help me? I trust you. Only you, Keiichi-kun. We can save Hinamizawa together. Rena. Rena! I knew how bad of a corner Rena was driven into. If I was her, I'd be walking around with a baseball bat, thinking every single person around me was my enemy. Rena cared about me so much, but I saw her as my worst enemy. But Rena, you still trust me, even when you're driven into this bad of a corner. I couldn't understand what you were saying. I beat you to death while you kept telling me to trust you. But you're different. You still trust me? You are. So... Why are you crying? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll never betray you. I trust you, Ren. So, please forgive me. I don't know what you're talking about. You have always believed in me, Keiichi-kun. So I trust you too. I can trust you, right? You're the only one who trusts me, right? Tears fell from my eyes. I sobbed and nodded again and again to answer her. Tears welled up in Rena's eyes too. Before I knew it, we were putting our foreheads together with tears in our eyes. Well, I found a way to end this battle. Really? Yeah. I might not stand a chance, but this is the best and only resistance I can think of. Rena, I don't know what you're going to do, but if you do that, we can regain our happy days, right? We can, can't we? We have to. I'm not going to let you go anywhere. Don't worry, Keiichi-kun. It's going to be a come-from-behind victory. We'll regain our happy days for sure. I don't know what she had on her mind. It began with a delusion, and it'd end with a delusion. If I encouraged her too much, she'd twist it into an attack on her. I was like that at that time. I took Rena's goodwill as the complete opposite thing. So, I stopped denying her story. This was Rena's battle. It was her lonely battle. She had to fight against her own delusion. The more we tried to help her, the more we drove her into a corner. But I would always be there for her. Whenever she needed help, she could reach me. I wanted to let her know that, so I said just one thing. I'm on your side until the very last moment. No matter what, I'm on your side. Even if I told her to trust me, I knew she couldn't. I knew that, but I told her those words anyway. Even if she couldn't believe them, and if she tried to smash my head, I'd say those words. I'd keep saying them until I die. Thank you, Keiichi-kun. Everything will be over tomorrow. We'll win for sure. And then, we can play around in the club together again. With everyone. We'll return to our happiest times. Although she wished to regain our happy times so badly, I couldn't get rid of the darkness that controlled her mind. Well, I have to go now. I have to get ready for tomorrow. To tell the truth, I didn't want to let her go. I wanted to stop her even if I had to grab her arm. But I couldn't stop her like that. If I grabbed her arm, she wouldn't trust me anymore. Wait, Rena. What do you have to do to get ready for tomorrow? It's a secret. I might ask you for help later. You'll help me when I do, right? Of course. I nodded strongly so she could tell that I was still on her side. But I didn't know what her come-from-behind victory meant at this point. The first thing I could think of is that she was going to invade the house of the Sonozaki family, which she thought was her enemy. So I called Mion to warn her after Rena left. Mion laughed bitterly and said, "Why does everybody want us to be the bad guys so much?" But she understood the situation. It'd be easier if we really did act like the bad guys. It might be better if we tied her down and took her to a hospital. If it comes to that, I guess we have no choice. But I want to believe her. Until the last second. She still had the strong heart to trust me no matter how badly she'd been driven in a corner. She's not like me, so I'm sure she can defeat her delusion. It's hard for this old man to understand what you and Rika-chan have been talking about these days. Did anything serious happen lately? You can say it happened lately in a way. I killed Mion a couple days after the festival. I'm sorry I've been talking crazy lately. Anyway, please don't lose confidence in Rena. Right? You know I won't. Anyone can catch a cold of the heart sometimes. It just happened to Rena this time. That's all. Well, she has a relatively high fever. I'm sure she'll get better soon. We can all laugh about this later. It's not as bad as you think, Kei-chan. That silly Oishi admitted his mistake. He doesn't even know about you-know-what. So we'll just say Rena overreacted a little bit, and this'll be over. Really? You really think you can do that? Did you forget that I'm the next head of the Sonozaki family? I have both the skill and the power to do that. This old man had a meeting with Oishi at a restaurant today. We cleared up all the misunderstandings. Oishi was shaking in fear the whole time. Hey, I'm pretty good, don't you think? Mion bragged about her achievement, laughing loudly. I could tell she was exaggerating a little. Anyway, compared to the sense of impending doom Rena seems to be feeling, the others seem to be taking it rather easy. It was all up to Rena now. If she understood everything, she could go back to the peaceful world she wished for. We were waiting for her to reach out to us, just like we did by the abandoned car at the dark garbage dump that day. Rena, I couldn't win, but I know you can. Because you're the one who told me to have faith until the end. So I know you can win. I didn't mean that she could literally win the last battle she was talking about earlier. But Rena would win. She'd win, she'd regain her peaceful life. I gotta look up this song again. What is it? Dear You? I'll probably put it in my VODs when I do. Alright, let's talk about the tip. Last night. So what's this about then? Tomorrow is the day. Oh, it's Rena? Oh, you mean the day we die? It's going to end up the same way this time, just like the last time. Oh, it's Rika. I don't know about that. It's been very similar to the last one, but there were some things that were different, too. Keiichi remembered what happened. That's impossible. There's no way he could remember. I mean, there's no way he could know. The more you say that it's absolutely impossible, the more it makes me feel like this is a real miracle. There's nothing we can do. It's going to end up the same way again. I'm not sure about that. Yes, it will. Everything will be over. When the Higurashi cry. Was it all going to end anyway? The more often you throw a die, the closer the total will get to the average. When you throw a die 100 times, even if a miracle happens you get a 6 twice or 2 or 3 times in a row, the total will average out in the end. That's a fact of statistics. But another fact of statistics is if you keep trying and trying, tens of millions of times, you probably can get 6s 100 times in a row. But when you throw a die 100 times, the total number ranges from 100 to 600. The more you throw, the greater the likelihood that the number will converge on the average. But the truth is, the more you throw, the more possible outcomes you create. There are 500 different futures you can create by throwing a die 100 times. Is it? Isn't that 600? Should be 600. Unless we're only doing 1 through 5. And I'm pretty sure the total is... No, because you only care about the total of the die. So it's 6,000. There might be one feature among them that enables you to actually finish this never-ending game of dice. Keiichi showed me a miracle, and it taught me that it's not a waste of effort to keep throwing the die. Don't give in to something like an average. You think we'll never have a different ending, don't you? I can tell, because it's written all over your face. I think so too. I think we're going to have the same ending this time again. But I'm not going to give up hope until I throw the die for the last time. Keiichi taught me that. Something is going to be different this time. I'll try to believe in that. Rika, you're a very strong person. Yeah, I know. That's because I'm a lot younger than you. Hmm. Oh, Rika? Me? Why are you still awake? Ugh. It's not good to stay up so late. I'm sorry. I couldn't sleep, so I was just looking at the stars. I'm going to bed now. Please do. Good night, Rika. Good night, Satsuko. Right, final chapter. Is it going on Rena's point of view? Oh no. Walking with only me on to school made me miss Rena a lot. What's wrong, Kei-chan? Why are you looking around? What? Oh, nothing. It was the same old path to school. I felt nervous for some reason. I wondered what Rena meant when she said she was going to win a come-from-behind victory last night. I couldn't stop feeling like something dangerous was going to happen. Rena thought Mion was one of her enemies. She could be lying in wait to attack Mion with a knife. Don't worry. Rena isn't going to do something as rash as that. Even if she does, I can protect myself. Mion said it brightly, as if trying to tell me she wasn't afraid of anything. But I couldn't be optimistic like her, because I knew exactly what Rena was going through. Rena must be determined by now. She probably wouldn't mind dying fighting against Mion if she wasn't going to win anyway. Of course, that didn't mean she was definitely going to take violent action. But I couldn't deny the possibility either. This old man is more concerned about the reason why Rena went crazy all of a sudden. Was there any reason? I remembered the tragedy. I couldn't remember what made the world go crazy. But I remembered we got lost in that awfully scary world. It started with small things, and those small things continued to pile up one after another. If you thought about it calmly, you'd laugh, because it really was a stupid thing. But once those little tiny stupid things started to bother you couldn't ignore them. It was that kind of disease, if you could call it. But there must have been a reason. There must have been a reason that made the world go crazy. But it must be such a small thing that you couldn't even notice. And unfortunately, the reason was very difficult to understand, and you wouldn't be able to figure it out until you died. I have a relative who is a doctor. He said that if you have a tumor in specific parts of your brain, it can change your personality, make you a totally different person. People who suffered from this disease used to be considered haunted by devils or possessed by foxes. People dramatized it like it was something occult. You mean Rena is suffering from a physical disease in her brain? In her case, it might be better to say that it's a mental disease. Rena was upset and mentally unstable because of the murder of Rina and Teppei. At a time like that, that stupid Oishi told her about what happened to Tomitake-san in an exaggerated way. I think Oishi-san and Takano-san's scrapbooks have many things in common. Both want to get to the Sonozakis. That's the main one. Really? Like what? Well, he believes in the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. But that's the delusion, isn't it? I mean, something actually did happen for 5 years in a row. But I think there is no series of murders in the first place. It is true they happened 5 years in a row. But they were each solved individually. It was the same as the past you didn't need to talk about. We thought of them as a series of mysterious deaths, which is why we thought something was going to happen this year too. It led us to think that there was a conspiracy, and that the Sonozaki family was behind it. We connect those things to the series of mysterious deaths, but we shouldn't do that in the first place. Just like I tried to keep my distance from Rana when I found out about her dark past, wasn't everybody trying to keep their distance from the dark past of Hinamizawa? Takano-san's scrapbooks are a good example. She dramatized both recent incidents and old cruel history, and she made feasible stories out of them, saying that the Sonozaki family was behind it all. Oishi-san did the same thing too. He was so convinced that the Sonozaki family was behind it all, that was making him interpret things the wrong way. In that sense, we could say Oishi-san believed in the same delusion as Rena. I think the Sonozaki family is partially accountable for that because you guys act like you're behind it every time something happens. In this village, people think it's the doing of the Sonozaki family whenever something strange happens. It's like a magic word that makes everything settle down. It's like those people who say they can explain all phenomena in this world with plasma. Oh, what's that supposed to be? Are you saying all this is the Sonozaki family's fault? Exactly. It's all your fault. So I'll call you Plasma Mion from now on. Huh. That sounds like a wrestler's name. Well, I like professional wrestlers. Hey, Keichan, do you know what abdominal stretching is? Stop. I don't want to wrestle with you in this freaking hot weather. No, that hurts. Stop. Bah. Good morning, Keiichi-san. I feel like something's like in my nose. Good morning. Setsuko and Riki-chan looked a little sad when they saw only the two of us. If the three of us came to school together like always, they would have been really happy. Our classmates were as noisy as usual. Nobody seemed to make a big deal about Rena's absence. Chie-sensei was going to be here soon. She'd start morning homeroom. Everyone was fooling around as if they didn't want to miss a second of the time until then. Hey, something stinks today. Close the windows. Silly, it'll be hotter in here if we do that. It smelled like gasoline or something, and it really stank. Is Rena setting the school on fire? Someone from the forestry service must have been putting gasoline into the construction equipment or something. Some students near the windows were making a fuss because they wanted to close the windows to shut out the smell. Our school wasn't a normal school compared to others. We were using a part of the forestry service building. Unusual things like this happen sometimes. This is nothing. I remember they once brought a few big piles of juniper branches. That was awful. It had this distinct irritating odor that gave us all headaches. What's a juniper? That's the name of the vegetable. We sometimes put it in curry. You should look for it next time you go grocery shopping. Huh? I know little about vegetables, but it sounds like it would be better to make Rika and Keiichi-san taste it first, just in case. What? Our ball is missing. You hit it again, didn't you, Hojo? The boys seemed to be looking for their ball for a while, and they yelled at Satsuko. Why would I hide such a stupid thing? If I was going to hide anything, I'd hide something better than that. Hey, Chie-sensei is coming. Everybody take a seat. Hello, everyone. Get to your seats. Rena? I kept thinking about Rena the whole time during class. I thought about what she said last night. I wonder what her come-from-behind victory means. According to Takano-san's delusion, the masterminds behind the bioterrorism, were the three families and the group of fanatical believers that controlled those three. In other words, the Sonozaki family. What could Rena do alone against them? Mion lived with her grandmother, the leader of the Sonozaki family. There were only two of them in the house. It was possible that Rena would try to break into their house with a knife. But I'd already come up with that possibility last night. That's why I called Mion and warned her. On the way to school this morning, Mion told me some bodyguards from the corps had been at her house this morning. She told me she'd be guarded herself, too. There was a black car parked near the school gate. They must have been the bodyguards. But, according to Takano's parasite theory, the battle wouldn't end just by attacking the leader of the Sonozaki family. According to the delusion she believes in, the conditions of her victory were more complicated than that. She needed to expose the group of fanatics who are behind the Sonozaki family, and she needed to destroy their research on the parasite. Plus, Rena didn't have much time left, thanks to that suspicious poison she mentioned. But how exactly could she win a come-from-behind victory under these circumstances like that? She might interpret that the town council are the group of fanatics. If so, she might attack them the next time they have a meeting at the shrine. The town council meets once a month at most. It would be hard to believe that they were holding a meeting today. She probably thought the place researching the parasite is the Irie Clinic. Rena suspected that there was something fishy about the clinic from the beginning, and that suspicion must have changed to certainty in her head by now. That means she was going to attack the clinic? This wasn't like an action movie. What could she do all by herself? Was she going to start a fire? No, that would be pointless. In order to expose the conspiracy, she'd have to get proof that they were actually studying the parasite. Was she going to break into the clinic and get questionable, weird samples? The last problem of all was how much time she had left. If she believed she didn't have much time left, especially under desperate, disadvantageous conditions, she might try to stab whoever she thought of as an enemy. But Ren sounded like she really believed she would regain her happy and peaceful days after everything was over. Ren probably meant she was going to stay alive and win. Was there something like an antidote? It didn't have to be real. As long as it was an antidote to Rena's delusion, it didn't matter what it was. It could even be the water you washed your vegetables with. But if she thought she could get the antidote so easily, she wouldn't have been so desperate about the time she has left. The antidote must be difficult for her to get. The easiest place for that, in her delusion, was that it was hidden somewhere in the clinic. Putting it all together like that, I felt like Arya and his clinic were in danger. Now that I thought about it, the elderly people in the village, including the members of the town council, hung out in the waiting room of the clinic all the time. If most of the board members happened to gather there for her, it'd be the perfect place to attack. I told Mion about that during lunch break. If this were a normal situation, I'd say she wouldn't do such a stupid thing, but I can't actually deny the possibility. I'm going to call my house. I'll make sure that they send some people to the clinic. Mion didn't object to my crazy idea. She put down her chopsticks and went to the teacher's office to make a phone call. It sounds so dangerous. I can hardly believe Renaissance is going to do such a scary thing. Are you sure she's going to attack the clinic? Maybe she will, maybe she won't. But if that happens, we're screwed. We need to prevent that disaster from happening. I hope nothing happens at all. Okay, I'll send 2 of our subordinates to the clinic. I don't think she'll do it, but you'll never know what's going to happen. Can we capture her by force if she does? Honestly, I don't want to do that. What do you think we should do? We made an agreement with the cops that we're going to give Ren and Ryugu to them right after we find her. So even if we use force to capture her, we won't get in trouble. I'm not worried about losing face. I just feel sorry for Rena. I really want to settle this calmly, if possible. Well, she's still young, so unless she didn't kill someone or something, all she has to do is apologize, and everything will be fine. Well then, she might be out of our hands. I mean, as long as they don't find out about it, she'll be safe. She'll definitely be safe. Nobody really cares about the disappearance of those 2 anyway. People think that they ran away somewhere because they did something wrong. Those things happen all the time. So she's fine. Don't worry about it. She's out. She's safe. What? Are we playing baseball now? Anyways, please just be careful. Will do. So, it's okay to capture her by force, right? Don't make any mistakes. You have to get her. Please don't make it like a chase scene or anything like that. I couldn't help but have a silly chat with Kasai-san. When I put the phone down, I sensed Chie-sensei was looking at me. No wonder, as she had been able to hear the conversation clearly in this tiny room. Chie-sensei put her spoon down. With a sad look on her face, she asked the following. Were you talking about Ryugu-san? Ah, yes. Do you know why Ryugu-san ran away from home, Sasaki-san? You're close, aren't you? It was hard for anyone to understand Rena's situation, except for me and Kei-chan. So most of them thought that Rena just ran away from home. But after she did, the cops made too much of a fuss over it. Oishi stupidly believed that the scrapbooks were a big scoop, and he overreacted in trying to find Rena. He had patrol cars running around everywhere in the village. He even used the town's council's phone directory to find her. So people in the village thought Rena did something wrong, was trying to run from the cops. What was going to be difficult for me, more than finding her, was to make up a story to retrieve Renan's honor after they detain her. What about this? Ren went for a walk, fell down, and hit her head on the edge of some tofu, and lost her memory. Oishi misunderstood something big time, and he thought she was a criminal. It was too easy. Anyway, we did make it clear that Oishi was the one who misunderstood everything at the meeting the other day. I had to make the best use of his name while he was feeling down for once. What I'd have to do was not make a big deal about the situation, and to create an environment that allowed Rena to forget everything that happened in order to get her life back together as soon as possible. Everything's going to be fine, Chie-sensei. Rena's a little sick right now, that's all. But that cop somehow made a lovely mistake and got things twisted around. You don't believe that Rena did something wrong and that she's trying to run from the police, do you? Of course not. But making your family worry by running away from home isn't a good thing to do either. She had a fight with her father. She ran away from home for a little while. She acted childish, that's all. Maybe that'd be the best story to go. I wonder if she had some problems she couldn't talk to anyone about. I must be a bad teacher, because I never realized it. I wish I could have sat down and talked with Ryugu-san before all this happened. Chie-sensei, you're taking it too seriously. You need to relax. It's normal for young kids nowadays to run away from home for a while. Oh no, what am I going to do if Ryugu-san becomes one of those bad kids and starts doing really bad things? Oh. Ryugu-san becomes a bad kid. She does something bad and gets arrested by the police. It's her teacher's responsibility. I'll be dishonorably discharged. I can't eat her anymore. Something. What's underneath? I'm dead. Good job, people. Oh no. Oh no. Chie-sensei seemed comically upset by her own imagination. It looked funny, so I decided to leave her alone. I made to leave the teacher's office to go back to the classroom, but... Right then, the phone rang. Hello, this is the Higurashi branch school. Chie-sensei had to answer the phone all day today because the principal was on a business trip. I exited the hallway. Then I heard the tone of her voice change. What? Where are you right now? What? I yelled and looked back at her. It was probably Rena. She called the school. I tried to go back inside the teacher's office, but Chie-sensei gestured at me not to come in. Chie-sensei acknowledged what Rena was saying several times, and then she looked up at the clock. Okay, I'll be there. I'm your teacher, you promised me, right? She said only that, put the phone down, and got her purse out of her locker. Class President, I have an emergency to take care of. I'm going out for a while, so please have everybody study by themselves while I'm gone. She took her car key out from her purse. It was obvious that she was going to see Rena somewhere. Chie-sensei, was it Rena? That's all. You're in charge of the class, okay? Chie-sensei completely ignored me. She ran out into the hallway. She ran to the schoolyard and got into her car. The moment her car left through the gates, I ran out to the schoolyard myself. I headed for the black car parked near the gate, knocked on the window. How are you doing, milady? Everything is quiet so far. I know, but I need you to follow that car that just left. I think she's going to meet Rena. Understood. Rena is very paranoid, so you need to be very careful. Bring her to my house right after you catch her. After that, follow Kasai's orders. She's my friend. Better not get her hurt. Rena must have told Chie-sensei that she wanted to talk to her alone. I could tell that easily from the way she ignored my question. I did feel a little bad for ruining their promise, but it was very important that we caught her before she did something wrong. We could still make up an excuse that she was just wandering around because she had a fight with her father and ran away from home. But if she set fire to the clinic or something, there would be nothing I could do. The car made a rough U-turn on the gravel road, and it chased after Chie-sensei's car at full speed. I watched the car until it was gone. All I could do now was to pray that this would be settled calmly. Hey, pay attention, everyone. Well, we need to study by ourselves for the rest of the class today. So get back to your desks and study quietly. Self-study? Neon ran up to me and spoke quietly. Rena just called. What? Really? Yeah, she just called the teacher's office. I think Chie-sensei went to meet with Rena. Rena, I wonder what she's going to do. I have no idea. Anyway, I told my bodyguards to follow Chie-sensei's car. I feel bad for Rena, but we're going to capture her there by force. I hope it works. They're used to doing this kind of stuff. I'm sure they'll do fine. So, if they catch her, is everything going to be over? Yeah. We'll send her to a hospital. If a doctor sees her, I'm sure he'll find a typical kind of disease or something. It'll be like obsessive psychosomatic disorder or something. Or whatever. While we were spending our afternoon studying peacefully, the members of the Sonozaki family would capture Ren, who was waiting for Chie-sensei somewhere. The problem would be solved. It wasn't going to be easy after that, but I was sure Mion would take good care of her. And in the end, everybody would understand that Rena just ran away from home because of a silly fight with her father. A happy ending. Problem solved, right? Mion winked at me. She looked like she already thought everything was over. But that just didn't sound right to me. I couldn't see any connection between Rena and Chie-sensei. It was hard to explain, but there was something wrong. I wasn't saying that they didn't get along. Rena was a good student, so Chie-sensei had a good relationship with her. I just didn't understand what Rena wanted from Chie-sensei. It was all a trap by Rena. While I was thinking about it, the door opened, and one of our classmates came back from the bathroom. With Rena. Rena! Everybody, stand up. Move to the center of the room. Everyone gasped in surprise. Even Chie-sensei couldn't make everybody go so quiet all of a sudden. Rena was gripping the shoulder of the student who came from the bathroom. In her other hand, she had a big, scary-looking hatchet. It was the same one she had the other night. Everyone immediately understood that Rena had taken a hostage. Are you all deaf? Move to the center of the room. Push the desks to the side. Nobody grasped what she was asking us to do. We all froze. Rena was the only one who was smiling. It was terrifying. Michan, you're the class president. Tell everyone to move to the center. Rena, what are you doing? A loud noise washed out Mion's voice. Rena hit the teacher's desk really hard with her hatchet. She pulled out the hatchet, making an ominous ripping noise. There was now a line of violence carved plainly into the desk. She broke it. Chie-sensei is going to get mad when she comes back. No, that wasn't it. What the hell? I knew I couldn't trust you, Michan. I'm going to ask Keiichi-kun then. You're my only friend, right, Keiichi-kun? So, I can trust you, can I? Rena, your eyes. They look so scary. I've never seen eyes like that in my life. Your eyes are full of insanity. Why are people afraid of insanity? Insanity means that a person doesn't share the same values and same common sense as us. For example, say a thief breaks into your house and he ties you up. He'll get scared and wonder if he's going to stab you before he leaves. But you hope that the thief has feelings too, and that he's not going to kill you for no reason. No matter how bad the person is, we tend to believe in his goodwill as long as we share the same values, the same common sense, and the same morals as him. But we can't expect goodwill from somebody who doesn't have those things. We can't expect goodwill from a person who can't communicate with us. When a burglar has a knife and you beg him not to hurt you, you expect him to listen to you and to show you mercy. In other words, you can still communicate with him. But if he doesn't have the ability to communicate, he's just like a monster that's trying to attack you, or like the blade of a guillotine that's falling down on you. You fear him because you can't communicate with him. That's insane. It was the same fear we were feeling towards Rena at that very moment. She looked like a human just like us, but there was no room for her to communicate with us like a normal person could do. Everybody understood that fear instinctively. Keiichi-kun, make them move the desks to make room in the middle. Okay. Everybody, let's do as Rena says. Rena was like a barrel of gunpowder at that moment. She seemed really calm and quiet, but she could explode any minute. When she did, I doubt she'd show us any mercy. She probably wouldn't hesitate to use that hatchet on us. That's right, just like how I didn't feel guilty or hesitate to kill Rena and Neil. Everybody went all quiet while pushing the desks against the wall to make a space where Rena wanted them. Rena, saying that we're moving too slow, hit the blackboard with the hatchet with a horrible noise. Every time she did that, she left an equally horrible scar on the blackboard, the thing that we looked at most in the school. Keiichi-kun, Can you get the jump ropes out from the lockers? Use them to tie our classmates up. Ah, I'm not good at tying knots. I probably can't tie them up very well. I'll check one by one if you tied them up well. If I find the ropes loose, I'll kill the person. So you better tie them up really well. We're still kids. We saw the word kill all the time. It was used a lot in comic books and cartoons after all. So normally you'd assume we'd be used to hearing the word kill. But when Rena said she'd kill us, it sounded so frightening. I've never heard something like that before in my life. To Rena, our lives were like cards she could use for negotiation. She'd get rid of one card every time somebody refused her request. Get rid of. Damn it, why did we use such scary words like get rid of for simple things like playing cards? Anyway, there were about 20 students. That was a little bit too many for Rena to handle. She might get rid of one or two just to set an example. I decided to do what Rena said because I didn't want her to lose her temper. I got out everybody's jump ropes from their lockers. All of you, get on the floor. Keiichi-kun, you can start tying their hands behind their backs. Tie them really tight. You're on my side, aren't you? You wouldn't tie them loosely on purpose, would you? Mion tried to make eye contact with me. If everybody was tied down, we wouldn't be able to stop her from occupying the school. There were more than 20 students in this class. Half of them were boys, but most of them were smaller than Rena. But there were enough people here to overpower her. But if we did that, Rena would probably hit her hostage with a hatchet. And she'd use the hatchet to attack the rest of us without hesitation. It'd be a bloody battle. I'm sure somebody would get hurt if we tried to overpower her. The hostage would be seriously injured. Or maybe even die. If that happened, it was over. No matter how hard we tried to cover up, she'd never be able to live peacefully like before. Mion seemed to understand that too. I could tell from Rena's eyes that she wasn't going to go easy on us. If somebody showed defiance, she'd break the hostage's head open immediately. Of course, Rena had done that before. She'd probably do it again with no hesitation. But as long as we did what she said, we could prevent that bloody tragedy. If we could somehow solve the situation without shedding any blood, with Mion's influence, we might still be able to pretend that this never happened. At the least, we had to make sure she didn't kill anyone. Let's do as Rena says. Kei-chan. Mion tried to think of ways to overpower Rena, but she couldn't come up with any good ideas to save the hostage. That's how easy it would be for Rena to kill them. The best thing to do at that time was to wait for a chance without agitating her further. Mion lay down on the floor, and everyone else followed suit, sluggish with terror. I was left alone, standing rooted to the spot with jump ropes in my hands. All my classmates were laying face down on the floor, while Rena was pointing the hatchet at the hostage, watching our every move from behind the teacher's desk. I just stood frozen in the middle of it all. Keiichi-kun, there are many things I want you to help me with, so hurry up. If you take too long, some of them might have to die. Some of the little kids started crying when they heard the word die. It's alright, everyone. Keiichi-kun will save you, so nobody's going to die. Damn it. What a bold threat. She said I was her friend. She was just playing with the meaning of the word. I was the last person who could still fight against Rena under these circumstances. But it wasn't going to be easy to overpower her by myself. I wasn't sure if I could do that. Even if I tried to act. Once Rena pointed the hatchet at somebody's neck, it was over. I shouldn't fight against her for now. I should just wait for a chance. As long as Rena was alone, there would be a chance. She made me tie them up because she couldn't do that by herself. There was a limit to what she could do, because she was by herself. If we covered this up somehow before Chie-sensei came back, we'd still be able to pretend like we were kidding around. I finally realized something. I realized why Rena called Chie-sensei to meet with her. In order for Rena to take over the classroom, she needed to get rid of Chie-sensei. Chie-sensei had a very strong sense of justice. Even if Rena had a gun, she wouldn't hesitate to overpower her. She was the kind of teacher who would risk her life for her students. Rena needed to figure out how to get rid of Chie-sensei. That was the key to her plan. Rena probably thought about attacking her from behind at first, but there was risk there as Chie-sensei was a grown-up woman, so she probably thought that attacking her directly wasn't a wise choice. So naturally, the next option was to lure her out somewhere. Rena called Chie-sensei and told her she wanted to talk to her in private, in order to lure her out to someplace far from here. Most people, including Chie-sensei, thought Rena was just running away from home. So, Chie-sensei must have thought Rena had some problems she wanted to talk to her about. It was too easy to deceive her. Where did she make the phone call from? She probably used the phone in the school. Oh, not in school to be exact. She probably used the phone on the second floor of the school, the one belonging to the forestry service. The one Cage used. This school is using part of the forestry service building, but this particular location was more of a branch office, so it's not like somebody was here all the time. Rena knew that. She had probably been hiding there for a while. She called the phone on the first floor from the second floor, and she made Chie-sensei leave the school. I didn't think it was a coincidence that the principal was on a business trip today. She probably snuck into the school yesterday. She saw the principal's schedule, learned how to call the phone on the first floor from the second, and carried out her plan. She planned it perfectly. Yeah, I knew it. Rena was insane, but I knew she was also actually really calm. She was possessed by her delusion, but she was also unbelievably calm about it. So, she could still think fast. I knew that very well, because I'd been through the same thing before. What was worse is that Mion's bodyguards were gone. Mion told them to follow Chie-sensei because she thought Chie-sensei was going to meet with Rena. Damn it, everything seemed to be working out in her favor. I'm done. I tied up the last person, and I looked in Rena's direction. If I didn't tie them up really tightly, Rena would kill them. But when I tied them too tightly, they suffered in pain. Their pained cries made me feel useless. Thank you, Cage-kun. I don't mean to doubt you, Cage-kun, but I'll make sure just in case. Please put your hands on your head and lie face down on the floor. I'm saying this to everybody. If you stand up without my permission, I'll kill you. I'll kill whoever stood up, and one more person randomly, to set an example. It's not nice to be chosen randomly, huh? Oh, there's a good idea. I'll kill the person who didn't listen to me, add 10 to his or her student number, and kill that person too. For example, let's say Okamuraku didn't listen to me. I'll kill him and Watanabe, because his student number is 11. Get it? I'll always be killing 2 of you at the same time. You'd better remember that you involve another person's life besides your own when you attempt to stand against me. How awful. She totally understood how to threaten people. Normally, you stand against an attacker at your own risk. If you fail, you're going to die. But if you were responsible for someone else, then you couldn't try to resist. You can't risk somebody's life with your own delusions. Okay, everybody's tied up nice and tight. You said you aren't good at tying knots, but you did very well, Keiichi-kun. You should be proud of yourself. Well, you can stand up now. It was too late to fight back. I followed her orders. I just had to wait for a chance. We could still turn this into some kind of a bad joke. I had to. I had to do something. Anyway, what were you planning to do, Rena? Don't tell me this is the comeback from behind victory you were talking about. Okonomiya SP to all vehicles. Okonomiya SP to all vehicles. A hostage situation has broken out at the Hinamizawa Forestry Service Building. There are reportedly multiple hostages. All vehicles are to head to the Forestry Service Building immediately. Kuma-chan. Sorry I'm late. What's going on? Hello, sir. Today around 1 p.m., the Hinamizo Branch School's classroom was taken over. All 25 students have been taken hostage. Suspect's initial demands were to prohibit all entry to the branch school's property and to secure a hotline to us. So they're willing to negotiate with us from the start? What's going on? Also, the suspect is asking for you, Oishi-san. It's Reina Ryugu. Ryugu-san. Very well. We seem to be inseparable, huh? I'll be dealing with her until the end. Oishi gave a crooked smile. We don't know if she has any accomplices. The curtains are closed, so we can't confirm the situation. Have you asked whoever told us about this? No, Reina Ryugu declared it herself. Therefore, we don't know what's going on inside. Their teacher received a call from Reina Ryugu, as she left the classroom before the incident took place. This has been well planned, huh? Has anyone from the forestry service been taken hostage? Nobody from the service was there today. All 25 hostages are students. That number matches with the attendance the teacher took this week. Plus the suspect, right? Have you seen anyone else suspicious other than Reina Ryugu? No. We've seen someone peeking out from behind the curtain, but it was the suspect herself. We're guessing there must be at least one or two more of them. Huh. Maybe she really is doing it by herself. Reina Ryugu was a true believer in Mio Takano's scrapbooks. According to those scrapbooks, the entire village was Reina Ryugu's enemy. She didn't have anyone she could trust. However, Oishi had also believed in Mio Takano's delusion. It was possible that someone who was influenced in the same way was following Reina Ryugu. Oishi-san, the principal and the teacher are here. Hello, Chie-sensei. Are you okay? Oishi ran up to Chie-sensei, who was crying with a handkerchief held up to her face. Reina-chan is a good girl. For her to do something like this, there must be some mistake. If I were to do this by the book, I would ask you about Ryugu-san's recent behavior. But when it comes to Ryugu-san, I probably know better than you do. Please don't worry. I'll take care of this as peacefully as possible. Chie-sensei was huddled over. I knew she didn't think he could say anything else to her. On the contrary, the principal was staying strong, trying to figure out how to take care of the situation. Mr. Oishi, please, if possible, I would like to request to be a hostage myself. I will take the place of the children. Let me do that instead. It's all my fault. Please, don't blame yourselves. I have things I want to ask you, so I'd appreciate it if you cooperate. Monchiku, please show them the blueprints. Excuse me, sir. Section Chief Takasugi's on the radio. Hello, this is Oishi. Oishi-san, how goes things? Kumagai-kun informed me of the situation. The suspect is underage, huh? Please keep strict control of the press. I understand. Also, the suspect is requesting me as a negotiator. Is that okay with you? You've known Reina Ryugu since the parasite incident from the other day. I bet she still thinks you're her ally. Only you can do the job. Good luck. I really don't want to, but since I caused so much trouble, I guess I'll have to do this to make up for it. I am going to feed the cat. I'll be back as soon as possible. Also a bathroom break. Oishi-san, Rena Ryu's on the car phone. That was faster than expected. I'll go get it. Thank you. Hello, this is Oishi. Oishi-san, this is Ryu. Hello, this is Oishi. Is the signal weak on your car phone? It's kind of hard to hear. Nah, just like me, it's getting old. Oishi and I exchanged friendly words. A long cord trailed through the hallway from the teacher's office. That cord extended further to the phone on the podium in the classroom. Let's get down to business. I'll check to see if you're qualified to negotiate for me. Okay, shoot. You are my ally, aren't you, Oishi-san? Of course. Let's expose the conspiracy of the Sonozaki family together, you and me. Oishi answered without hesitation. Was he still my ally? Or was this sly detective just saying what I wanted to hear? Either way, I only had Oishi to depend on. If I couldn't trust him, I was stuck. There would be nothing else I could do. You didn't believe me for a while either, did you, Keiichi-kun? But you do now, right? Keiichi-kun was sitting on the floor, facing away from me, with his head resting in his hands. We're comrades now, huh? Yeah, that's right. Rena Ryu asked Keiichi Maibara if he was her comrade, but I couldn't hear his voice. Was she trying to tell me that Keiichi Maibara was still alive? Or that he was being forced to obey her because of the hostages? Maibara-san is your ally too, huh? That's nice. But weren't you suspicious of Maibara-san for a while? Yep. When I heard about the BB gun incident, I couldn't believe it. But we can't let the past fool us. We have to learn from the past in order to grow. No, that's very good. You're absolutely right about that. That was why we forgave each other. So I don't doubt Keiichi-kun anymore. Keiichi-kun is my comrade. I understand. Therefore, Keiichi-kun is my ally too, isn't he? Please say hello to him for me. Sure, I will. Actually, I'd like to say hello to him myself. Can you come to the phone? The conversation stopped suddenly. That made me nervous. Did I say something wrong? Sure. Here he is. Keiichi-kun, Oishi-san wants to talk to you. I heard some rattling and rustling on the other side of the phone. Hello. This is Maibara. He sounded monotone. Unable to disobey, Keiichi Maibara must have been pretending to follow Rena Ryugu's orders. Hello, Maibara-san. This is Oishi from the Okonomiya police station. Thank you for your coming to the phone. Let's do this together. Yes, let's do this together. What is Ryu-san doing right now? She's walking around the classroom. Maibara-san, please say yes if your answer is yes, and yeah if your answer is no. Do you know what Ryu-san wants? Yeah. The answer told me for sure. Keiichi Maibara wasn't Rena Ryugu's accomplice. There's no way Rena wouldn't tell her accomplice what she wanted after playing a hostage situation like this. How would he help someone who wouldn't even tell him what she wanted? I'll ask you directly. Are you Rena Ryugu's ally? No, let me change my question. Are you being threatened by Rena Ryugu? Yes. There you go. The other guys in the car listening in on our conversation raised their fists in victory. Is Rena Ryugu the only suspect? Yes. If she was the only suspect, then we could respond appropriately. I guess nobody else believed in talking to the scrapbooks. If so, my being fooled was even more embarrassing. As I thought about my next question, I heard the phone being taken away from Keiichi. Rena came back on the line. See? Keiichi-kun is my ally, isn't he? Yes, you were right. That's very promising. Okay, now it's your turn to talk, Oishi-san. How are the simultaneous raids on the Sonozaki family going? Remember? You promised me when we talked on the phone before. Have you found the secret research facility yet? I had to decide on what to say. Should I tell her we conducted raids or not? Maybe she already knew we didn't raid. Maybe she was just testing me. We're trying to come up with a plan for the simultaneous raids as we speak. We're talking to the prefectural police as well as the public safety division. We're talking about the entire city, so we need a little more time to prepare for it. You're taking too long. Oishi-san, don't you realize what kind of emergency situation Shichibone City is in right now? What are you doing? Oishi-san, you do believe me, don't you? You're my ally, right? Right? Please answer me. Of course I am. But the police department is a little more complicated than you think. I'm doing my best, I really am. The thing is, this is on a really big scale. Oishi-san, they poisoned me recently. With the parasites that killed Tomitake-san. They poisoned me with them. I've been itching like crazy since yesterday. I'm all bloody from scratching at my throat. I might claw out my throat and die at any moment. You're telling me you're still preparing? I knew it. Oishi didn't realize how dire the situation was. He understood there was some kind of a conspiracy in Hinamizo, but he didn't realize how soon their plan was going to be executed. Besides, I was already feeling itchy all over my body, and was bound to die soon the same way as Tomitake-san. I'm sorry, I really am doing my best, but everybody asks me if I have proof. Proof? Do you need proof? Mio-san's scrapbooks. Maybe that was why I need to convince the police. I was afraid someone would destroy the evidence if I handed them over to Oishi-san, so I kept them with me. But I didn't have much longer to live. I might not even make it until tomorrow morning. That's right, I might be dead before tomorrow. I would die tonight. Okay, I'll give you Mio-san's scrapbooks. Please use them to convince the other policemen. Ah, that should help. Please do give me the scrapbooks. I looked through my backpack, which was lying by my feet. Mio-san's scrapbooks were in there. This is our last resort. Oishi-san, do your best. No, you must take care of it. Please. Of course. Trust me. I'll expose their conspiracy. I knew the police would take too long to get things moving. They're an organization, after all. That's why I'm doing this, to make them understand. You have an excuse now. Please use this chance wisely. Thank you. You can count on me. So, how should we do this? Do you want me to come get it? I knew she wouldn't let me into the classroom. She was still cautious. I could guess where Ren Ryugu was going to take this thing, so I tried to stay ahead of her. I handed a memo with my instructions on it to a colleague. I can't really leave the classroom, so I'll have Keiichi-kun deliver it to you. Maybe that's better. If you left the building, something might happen. What do you mean? Well, I'm sure the Sonozaki family already knows about what's going on here. I'm sure they didn't expect you to do something like this, so they might come to shut you up. To shut me up? Do you mean by shooting you? A hitman from the Sonozaki family may try to put a stop to this by sniping you. That's why you shouldn't come outside. Don't even go near the windows. I saw you peeking out a window, but you shouldn't do that. They may fire at any time. Wait a minute. Aren't there policemen around? Can't you stop that from happening? We would if we could, but it's so open around here. A well-trained sniper can easily shoot as far as 400 meters. As you know, attack units from the Sonozaki family have gone through military training, and they specialize in assassination techniques. Don't underestimate them. I need you to help me expose the conspiracy of the Sonozaki family. I understand. Thank you for your warning. Even if my life is to end tomorrow, I can't die now. That's right. Under no circumstance should you peek out the windows, okay? Be very careful. The phone conversation ended. Ren Ryugu was going to let Keiichi Maibara deliver the scrapbooks. Did you get what I wrote on the memo already? Yes, we got it. Do you think it'll work? I scared her, so I don't think she'll peek out the windows. I'm sure she'll still have her eyes open. I'll work around it. I roughly understood what was going on from the phone conversation. Okay, Keiichi-kun, here are the scrapbooks. Their contents are very important. They're proof of the Sonozaki family's conspiracy, and the police can use them as evidence to conduct a raid. Please take this to Oishi-san, okay? And when you give it to him, come right back. I'm watching you. If you do something you aren't supposed to, I'll be angry. Rana took out a couple of old scrapbooks from her backpack and gave them to me. Then she cast a sidelong glance at me. I'll tell you about these later, Nichan. I'll tell you all about what a scary conspiracy your family is planning. Or maybe you already know, huh? Anyway, go on, Keiichi-kun. Just go halfway out into the schoolyard. Don't say anything. You're just delivering the scrapbooks. Don't talk, okay? If you do, if it was Chie-sensei, she'd slap you with a ruler. But, what shall I use instead? Alright. Won't even say a word. Come on, put that hatchet down. I'm your ally, right? Trust me. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I trust you. So please don't betray me, okay? Rena's eyes were telling me clearly. They were telling me she didn't trust me. But even in this state, she also knew she shouldn't distrust her friends. Therefore, although she couldn't trust me, she was pretending to. That was why she didn't tie me up. Okay, I'll be going. I'll be right back. Okay. I walked past my friends, who were lying down on the floor, and headed to the exit. I saw some of their faces as I passed. Some were fearful. Some were sure that I had used the opportunity to run. And some were scared that they'd die if I did. Don't worry, guys. I won't let her even touch any of you. If Rana tries to do something, I'll stop her even if I have to risk my own life. Anyway, I'd do whatever it took to ensure that nobody died. I had to make sure Rena didn't get angry. I'd just wait for the right moment. I went down to the school entrance and changed my shoes, then unlocked the door and stepped outside. I felt the fresh air on my skin. I saw the lights from the police cars. I could feel all the policemen looking at me. As soon as I was in the schoolyard, a little voice tried to tempt me. I was free from Rena now. If I ran off the school grounds, I'd be free. What was I thinking? If I did something like that, Rena would go crazy and who knows what else she'd do. The important thing here wasn't my safety. It was to make sure that Rena didn't kill anyone. I saw a big man coming towards me from the school gate. That was probably Oishi-san. Are you Keiichi Maibara-san? Hello, I'm Oishi from Okunomiya Station. You can call me Kuro-chan. Sorry, Rena told me not to talk and to just give these to you. So please just take them in silence. I understand. These are the scrapbooks, huh? I'll take them. I tried to hand the scrapbooks to Oishi-san, but he stepped aside a little. Eh? Confused as to what he was doing, I changed my position and handed them to him again. He took them that time. At that point, Oishi put something that was under his jacket into my pocket. Don't worry. Even if Ryugu-san was watching, the building was behind me. She couldn't have seen that. Eh? What is this? I couldn't look into my pocket because I didn't want Rena suspecting. But whatever it was pretty heavy for its size. I have a memo for you too. On your way back to the classroom, please read it without Ryugu-san noticing. Go on now. She'll get suspicious. I just followed his directions. I was worried Rena had begun to suspect something. When I looked at the classroom, the curtains were closed. But that didn't mean she wasn't peeking out through a crack. I went back to the entrance and locked the door. If Rena checked and found the door unlocked, it could cause more trouble. Rena was in the classroom. There was no way she'd come down this way. She was alone. If she left the classroom, everyone would get up and run. They couldn't run because Rena was there, but they were all waiting for their chance. The entrance, then, was Rena's blind spot. As I changed my shoes, I quickly removed what Oishi-san had put in my pocket. There was a radio with an earpiece, and there was something else that looked like a short police baton. There was also a folded piece of paper. I opened the piece of paper and saw a note written in small print. Dear Maibara, please hide the bug in your pocket. It picks up even a low voice, so you can use it to get in touch with me. By using the earphone, you can hear me in return. There is also a spray for self-protection. It sprays as far as 1 meter. Make sure you aim for the face. This must be the spray. I guess it's safe to try it here. I held down the button and gas sprayed out from the nozzle. Compared to Rena's hatchet, this required some caution, but it was small enough to fit inside of my hand. It was reassuring that I could hide it so easily. In other words, it was now possible for me to stop Rena. As I realized all my classmates' fates rested on my shoulders, I felt sweat form on my face. The memo continued. The spray is just for self-defensive purposes. Pepper spray only impairs eyesight. While it makes your enemy powerless due to extreme pain and coughing for at least 30 minutes, it's not powerful enough to render them unconscious. Therefore, please don't forget there is a possibility that your enemy may fight back desperately in panic. This spray is your last resort. Please don't depend on it, but if you need to, make sure to use it. Whoosh. Was he telling me to use it or not? It was probably one of those grown-up issues. If the cops entrusted me solely with the fate of the hostages and I failed, they'd be held liable. So while he gave me a weapon, he made me consider its use. I hid the bug and the spray in my pockets and went back to the classroom. I felt a little dizzy, maybe because I was nervous. I was simply following Rena's orders because I had no other choice. That was why I wasn't scared. But things were different from before. I had a weapon. I was in a far better position. But my heart was pounding. Humans are so strange. Shit. What am I going to do? What should I do? Keiichi, did I want to fight with Rena? The memo said the spray only reaches as far as 1 meter. 1 meter? That was basically a hand-to-hand battle. That meant I only had one opportunity. I didn't have a second chance. The memo also said I'd need to aim for her face. That wasn't going to be easy. Shit. Besides, Rena was cautious. How could I stand directly in front of her within 1 meter? That's what I'd have to do if I was any chance of winning. Rena would do anything to reach her goal. She wouldn't even hesitate to kill. Just like how I didn't. Of course, things were already extremely serious. An apology definitely wouldn't be enough. But at least there hadn't been any casualties. The more time passed, the more irritated Rena would get. She might demand something again, and she might kill someone that time to show how serious she was. Bad things had already taken place, but a tragedy hadn't occurred yet. But it was almost here. It wasn't very far at all. When I closed my eyes, I could easily picture Rena killing one classmate after another. After I killed Rena and Neon, my room was covered in blood. If she killed 20 people, the classroom would be a pool of it. If that happened, Rena would. She still wouldn't realize she was being delusional. She would rip out her own throat and die. That would be too big a cross for her to carry. And one day she would remember. And be saddened. She didn't need to go through that. I didn't want Rena to go through what I had to go through. Shit, I felt dizzy. This was a very long hallway. I didn't know the classroom was so far. With each step I took, my determination to fight Rena became stronger. Rena would be shocked to realize I betrayed her. But if she couldn't wake up from the nightmare on her own, someone else would have to wake her up. And her friends needed to be the ones to do that. Welcome back, Keiichi-kun. Did Uishi-san say anything? What is the smell? As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I smelled something. Gasoline. Everyone had moved to one corner of the classroom. The smell reminded me of a gas station. Was it gasoline? I saw a red gasoline container by Rena's feet. The cap was open. It was seemingly sturdy and made of metal. It said gasoline on the side, written in felt marker. She must have spread it across the entire classroom. The smell was almost giving me a headache. No, it wasn't just in the classroom. The classmates were soaked in gasoline too. How could she? I see. This was just like a hijacker holding a bomb. If the police were to rush in, she would burn the hostages. I didn't know where she got it, but she had a lighter in her left hand. Rena, what do you think you're doing? Of course I won't actually do it. This is just insurance. I don't want to barbecue everyone either. So I hope this will all just end as a joke. Rena showed off the lighter. Obviously, she was trying to threaten me. I've heard about people committing suicide by setting themselves on fire. They pour gasoline on themselves and light it ablaze. You might think that if it was extinguished right away, it wouldn't be that bad. But human skin is supposedly very delicate, and they say that even if 30% of a person's skin gets burned, it's enough to be fatal. If it was your entire body, it would result in death for sure. I had been put in a disadvantageous position. My weapon might take Rena's sight, but I couldn't stop her from using the lighter. She'd probably use it the moment she's attacked. I didn't know if she realized it, but the kind of lighter she had would keep burning until the lid was closed. Therefore, all she'd have to do was to light it and drop it onto the floor. In other words, my spray can wouldn't make Rena powerless at all. The last resort Oishi gave me had already lost all of its power. What do you mean, insurance? With those scrapbooks, Oishi-san will convince the rest of the police. After that, their investigation will expose the conspiracy. Right? Do you really think those scrapbooks are enough? I know government people don't move nearly quickly enough. Rena was thinking that if she didn't see any progress with the scrapbooks, she'd pressure the police by letting them know about the gasoline. Let's just trust Oishi-san for now. We should just wait to hear from him, okay? Yeah, that's right. Okay, let me pick up where I left off. Anyway, those parasites became harmless with the passage of time. But some people didn't like that. Those people are the three families of Hinamizawa. Therefore, they are. Gwen was simply telling everyone what she heard from Takumi-san. I started mumbling so I could let Oishi-san know what was going on. What a smell. Scattering a whole portable tank of gasoline. I was pretending to mumble to myself, so I could only say it very quietly. I wish I could say it louder. That was probably impossible. I wasn't sure if Oishi-san could hear me. I thought of an idea to find out whether or not they could hear me. It'd be nice if I heard a car honk. Kuma-chan, honk the horn. Kumagai honked once quickly. Gasoline, huh? Shit. That explains the smell. I'm sure she's intending to use it to get what she wants. Kuma-chan, people usually mean an 18-liter tank when they say portable tank of gasoline, right? Well, probably, but I'm not sure. Komiyama-kun, is there still someone from the forestry service here? Could you get him? I see. Those cans have gasoline written on them. Do plastic kerosene tanks have kerosene written on them? Yes. We don't want to mix them all. All the fuel containers have labels. Not too many people know this, but regular portable tanks can't hold gasoline. Gasoline, while common, is extremely flammable, and it can be lit even with static electricity. Therefore, gasoline must be kept in special metal containers. Metal? Those are called carrying cans. So, what my brother-son called gasoline really is gasoline. Are there different size carrying cans? 18-liter and 5-liter, I think. 5-liter ones are rather flat in shape, aren't they? Yes. It's red and flat with a handle. Keiichi Maibara called it a portable tank. Do you think it's the 18-liter type? Maybe he called it a portable tank because he wasn't familiar with the shape? But either way, if it's really gasoline, it's really dangerous. Gasoline burns when lit. What's an even bigger threat than liquid gasoline are the fumes. When gasoline fumes are lit on fire, they explode. Also, gasoline evaporates easily. Even at freezing temperature, it evaporates. And so, in other words, inside the closed classroom, the fumes would fill the entire space. The classroom would then become a bomb itself. Kuma-chan, do you know anything about Class 4 hazardous materials? No. I know gasoline fumes are dangerous, but I don't know any more than that. To prepare for the worst case scenario, I want to find out the difference in scale between the 18-liter and the 5-liter. I know. I'll ask the old guy. Excuse me, could you call the station and see if the old guy from the forensics department is still there? Oh, I've heard what's going on. The criminal requested you, huh? Kaboom! Richie! Putz! Rome! No, or a door on top of that, too. Just a bunch of mahjong terms. Basically, it's a very heavy hand. This isn't a laughing matter anymore. Anyway, do you know about 4th class hazardous materials? Fourth class, huh? If we add everyone here, we know everything about hazardous materials. Did the suspects put gasoline or something? Yeah, that's exactly what's happening here. We bugged one of the hostages. Supposedly the suspect spread gasoline throughout the classroom. But we don't know if it's from an 18-liter can or a 5-liter can. Can you tell me the worst case scenarios for both of them? How big is the classroom? Let's see. Approximately 50 square meters. And the room is closed, huh? More than likely. I'm sure the smell must be horrible. That's not good, Oishi. I had a feeling. The classroom will blow up. Everyone in the classroom will be dead for sure. You mean in the case of the 18-liter? Fool, I'm talking about the 5-liter one. If I remember correctly, 4 liters is plenty enough to blow up an 8x8 meter room. The policeman listening to their conversation on the side went pale. 8x8 meters meant a room that was 64 square meters. Only 4 liters are needed to blow that up, and at least 5 liters were scattered in a 50 square meter room. Jeez. No. In other words, the room has more than enough gasoline, huh? That's not good. One way to get around this thing would be if the police caught the quote-unquote people behind the sewing eyes. A scapegoat for Rennie. Made a huge thing on it, on the television and whatnot, and it's just like shadowed him away. It would take care of Renna's issue, they could get her, and then everything else. The issue is that it's too late for that. I'd rather not hear this, but what would happen if it was an 18-liter can? Let's see, to put it in your words, Wishi, the dealer's hand is Richie, Ipatsu, Pinfu, Tanya, Aka, and Doradora. What do you mean? Paimon from the dealer, 24,000 points. The base distribution is 25,000 points, so there'll be 1,000 points stick left. Something like that. There may be 1 pillar left if you're lucky. My gosh, I don't want that kind of reaching. No. You should call the fire department and get a chemical unit ready. You'll need to have them deal with it after the incident's taken care of. Shit, I heard this through the bug. So if a fire engine shows up, the suspect will find out. I guess I'll have them get ready where she can't see them. Yeah, that's a good idea. You mentioned a bug, didn't you? Yes. I had a chance to come into contact with one of the hostages. I gave him the bug. That's how I found out about the gasoline. That's not good. There have been incidents where the sparks from electronic devices set gasoline on fire. Gasoline's flash point is about 300 degrees. Even static electricity can easily cause an explosion. You've got to be kidding me. Why is such a dangerous liquid available to just about anybody? How the heck should I know? Tell that to the fire laws and automobile companies. Since it's June, the air isn't that dry, but just to be on the safe side, tell them to turn the listening device off. Oishi-san, according to what I can hear through the bug, the suspect has a lighter. That means even if my brother-san used the pepper spray to stop her, he won't be able to prevent her from igniting the gasoline. And we can't even use the bug anymore? Damn it. Oichi, the lighter is really, really bad. Don't even let her play with it. The suspect may not know how dangerous the gasoline is. From hearing how much she spread, I don't think she knows anything about it. Oishi's back was covered with a cold sweat. He never even thought this would turn to such a serious matter. He didn't know how dangerous gasoline is. He didn't know because he'd never heard of cars exploding in car accidents. He knew it was dangerous, but he didn't know what it was capable of. Gasoline is more dangerous once it evaporates. Therefore, burning car in an accident, gasoline fumes being ignited are at completely different levels. It's quite simple to understand if you think about how car engines work. Cars vaporize gasoline in the carburetor and let it explode in the engine cylinders. In other words, that little explosion in the engine is what gives cars the power to move. Therefore, if you want more power, an engine needs to be bigger to create a bigger explosion. So if an engine cylinder was the size of the classroom, how much power would it create? Anyone with knowledge of engines would know. But a lot of people don't consider how dangerous evaporated gasoline is, because it's too familiar. 25 hostages and 1 hostage taken. All 26 people were basically stuck in a huge bomb. Furthermore, the suspect might accidentally set it off. If she were to pretend to light the lighter as a threat, that would be the end. All the people around Oishi had gone pale. The classroom might explode at any moment. How could they save all the hostages? Especially when the criminal was living in her own delusion, and her requests were something so unreal. Excuse me, I found a letter in the scrapbook. One of the policemen brought over a folded piece of paper. Oishi opened it while the others watched. He saw girlish handwriting on the paper. He could tell this was written before she invaded the school. Dear Oishi-sama, if you are reading this letter, that means I'm at the final stage. I must have seized the school and held the students as hostages. I am planning to appoint you as a negotiator, so please pretend to be threatened by me and become my contact with the outside. The first thing I want to tell you is that my enemy is the Sonozaki family and also the aliens, who are pretending to be parasites that control the Sonozaki family. Aliens? I didn't think you'd believe me if I brought up the aliens, so I didn't tell you about them until now. But when you read these scrapbooks, you will understand. The aliens came to Earth in UFOs in ancient times. They landed in Onigufuchi Swamp. They used this village as their breeding grounds. And through that selective breeding, they widened their domain. They were successful, and now they're trying to invade the Earth. What the heck is this? All the other policemen frowned at the letter. No, it's not surprising. I read Takano's other scrapbooks, and they were full of even stranger stories. Personally, I like the one about Aussie the best. The Sonozaki family, as well as the village authorities, have been brainwashed by the aliens. The villagers' attempts to revive the cult of Oyasho-sama were actually part of the alien strategy to invade the Earth. The aliens are very clever. They don't let people realize they're being controlled. The Erie Clinic must be their secret research center. Please conduct an investigation and expose their secret. Also, please check out the bottom of the swamp. The UFO must still be there. Also, capture all the relatives of the three families and take x-rays of their brains. You'll find hideous parasites inside of them. Please be careful. The aliens eliminate whoever finds out about them by replacing their host with a lookalike. That's how they have been controlling the village. Therefore, there may already be some aliens among the villagers. It's possible that they will try to interfere with your investigation. As a matter of fact, there have been lookalikes of Neo Takano, Rika Furude, and me, Rena Ryu. If you see any of those three, capture them immediately. That will be the proof of aliens existing among us. Dun 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 dun. Neo Takano. Why does she think that? Ah, I know. I told her over the phone that, according to the result of the autopsy conducted by the lab over in Gifu Prefecture, the day of her death doesn't match up. Ah, are you talking about the mistake on her autopsy reports? Results? I told her I didn't know why Neo Takano was witness on the day of the festival when she died the night before. I never thought she'd take it like this. Maybe I joked around a little too much. It's interesting that she included herself. Did she look in a mirror or something? One of the policemen spoke up. He was one of the pair who searched the garbage dump that night. I can understand that. Remember, the night we looked for Rena Ryu, somebody said she was seen in Gogoro. That must be it. It was probably a bluff from the villagers, and she must have heard it somewhere and assumed there was another version of her walking around. Damn. Nostradamus, was it? This is just like that. No matter what happens to her, everything sounds like it was predetermined. Rena Ryu would blame aliens if she was to trip and fall down now. Or maybe she's coming up with all this crazy stuff so that once she's caught, she can use the insanity defense in court. No, this isn't about that. She really does believe in this crazy stuff. She does from the bottom of her heart. I know that for sure. She truly believes in these stupid scrapbooks. Ah, there's another letter. Let's see. P.S. I was poisoned yesterday with the same stuff that killed Tomitaki-san. I've been scratching my throat since then. I will probably have clawed my throat open by tomorrow. If you can find the antidote when you investigate the area clinic, please bring it to me. This sure is something. Yeah. If she believes in alien stories, maybe we can trick her with an antidote. But you may not find the antidote, or maybe it'll be too late by the time you do. Therefore, considering the time I have left, I will set 7 p.m. tonight as the deadline. If an investigation doesn't take place, and the antidote doesn't arrive by 7 p.m., I will choose to die with all the hostages by lighting the gasoline instead. 7 p.m.? What time is it now? It's a little before 6. Days are now long nowadays. It doesn't get dark even in the evenings. It'll probably start to get dark around 7 p.m. We only have an hour. No, it might explode even before that. Shit. What can we do? What the heck is she talking about? An alien invasion? And she's trying to take the hostages with her? That's just crazy. Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. We can't negotiate with her normally, especially when she thinks she's absolutely sane. Oishi-san, look what comes next. Hmm? What? I'm planning to spread gasoline throughout the classroom. I'm sure you realize how dangerous that is. If anyone suggests storming into the room, please tell them exactly how bad an idea that would be. Also, the hostages are anchored down with U-shaped bike locks. Even if those alien policemen rushed in and killed me, they'd have to cut each lock. But if you tried cutting them, it might create sparks. Therefore, you need to completely ventilate the room first. In other words, it would take you an extremely long time to rescue all the hostages from the classroom. Actually, I have a different explosive system set up, other than the gasoline I spread. It's a very simple time bomb using gasoline and kitchen timer. The kitchen timer provides electricity at a set time. I ripped the tip of its plug, so it'll create enough sparks to ignite the gasoline. I've already set the timer to 7 p.m. Even if I'm not around, there'll be an explosion at that time. If the classroom isn't ventilated by that time, it'll explode too. I'm sorry to ask you like this, Oishi-san, but please help me so we can avoid a tragedy. Please let the three families know that Mion Sonozaki, the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family, and Riku Furude, a mascot for the cult of Oyasho-sama, are in this classroom. If anyone from the three families helps you, I'm sure their conspiracy will be exposed by tonight. The alien invasion is going to happen very soon. Please get going quickly. To my ally, Oishi-san. Ran Ryu. Smash! Oishi threw the scrapbooks to the ground. Damn it. How could she call me her ally? Is a kitchen timer like an alarm clock? Ah, old appliances didn't have timers. A kitchen timer is a device that turns on appliances at a given time. When you plug it in, it provides electricity at a set time so the appliance will come on when you want it to. Wow, that's convenient. It's possible to use that to make a time bomb. Using a kitchen timer, that sure is something a girl would come up with. Why don't we call the electric company and turn the electricity off? If there's no power, the timer can't go off. Ah, but that won't work. If the classroom became dark, she'd probably light her lighter. Maybe we can give her a sleeping pill as an antidote. But it would have to take effect slowly. I'm sure she'll have a hostage try it first. Be very careful. Understood. I'll get one ready. I need to talk to Maibara-san one more time. I have to tell him not to let Ren play with the lighter. I also have to tell him to turn the bug off. How about that, by the way? Have you heard anything interesting? The suspect seems to be abusing a hostage. Shit. I think it's Mion Sonozaki. Stop it, Rena. Rena kept hitting Mion, who had her hands tied behind her back. Rena wasn't using her fists, but instead the handle of her hatchet. Keiichi-kun, you promised me you wouldn't move. If you do, I'll be angry. Rena's gaze intimidated me. Her eyes were full of madness. I could feel Rena's emotions boiling over on the inside. If I opposed her, she would easily cut Mion's arm. What I can't forgive is that you dug up the corpses and turned them into the police. I trusted you. I trusted you. Rena hit Mion's face over and over. It wasn't just Mion's hands that were tied behind her. Her neck was also tied to a window frame with a bike lock. So there was no way that Mion could protect her face. I didn't know if her forehead was cut or if her nose was bleeding, but her face was covered in blood. Her blood got on the handle of the hatchet, and every time she got hit with it, more blood was smeared onto her face. The handle of the hatchet could easily smash her forehead. Because of her position in the Sonozaki family, Mion couldn't say that she hid the bodies, so all she could do was endure. However, Rena continued to attack her. Rena no longer had any restraint. She might even continue until Mion's front teeth were broken. Stop it, Rena. Haven't you done enough? I'll tell you the truth, so Rena, please stop hitting her. The truth? What is it, Keiichi-kun? No, you can't. Kei-chan, everyone, please don't listen to what I'm about to say. I may say some disturbing stuff, but it isn't anything wrong. So please don't listen. Even if you hear it, forget that you did. Please. What are you going to tell me? Go on, Keiichi-kun. It's not a complicated story. That was for your sake. We found out afterwards that the place you buried the bodies was going to be clear-cut this summer. So we thought we had to do something about it, and Mion hid them in a safer place. You told me that same story the other night. Didn't I tell you that was something Michan made up? Why would she lie? She wanted to help her friend. Mion did it to help you. That's a lie. I won't believe it. Why did you do that without talking to me then? Why did Mion even have to tell me? Mion was trying to be delicate. Mion did her best trying to hide what Rena did. Mion knew Rena was at her wit's end, and that was why she did it in secret. But Rena didn't want to believe her. That's not so, Keiichi-kun. How contemptible of you, Michan, to even deceive him. I won't say anything about your tricks during the club activities. But this, I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. Can't forgive you. Can't forgive you. Stop it. Don't hit Mion. Mion didn't do anything. I never knew having your hands tied behind your back was that scary. Mion got hit repeatedly with the handle of the hatchet. She could only endure. She couldn't even protect herself with her hands. Hey, is it true, Michan? If so, why didn't you tell me? Can't you understand Mion's position? She has to follow certain rules as a member of the Sonozaki family. Shouldn't you be grateful for what she's done for you? I may have said it too aggressively. Rena turned around and glared at me. That's right, Keiichi-kun. Michan sold me out to the police because of the circumstances surrounding the Sonozaki family. She sold out her friend. I was her friend. I really liked her. I was mean, Michan. I really did like you so much. Why? How could you? This was senseless. Rena cried as if being bullied, but she was the one doing the bullying. Normally, this would be so odd as to be impossible. But I had seen the scene before. I liked you. I trusted you. As I cried, I beat her to death. Rena repeatedly begged me to trust her. Yet I beat her. I know what it's like to be doing the beating. Stop. 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 Stop, Rena. Don't you realize what you're doing? You're hurting your friend with your own hands. I understand what you're feeling. I know you're sad because your friend betrayed you, right? That's a misunderstanding. We didn't betray you. We've been thinking about you all this time. But she just couldn't see that. Even if she died, Rena probably wouldn't realize she'd made a terrible mistake. But someday, you'll realize. Even an insensitive guy like me realized. So Rena would realize it for sure. And that's when you'll feel even sadder, Rena. You'll remember this bloody meal. Then you'll realize that you were the one who made her bloody, and you'll regret that you did. But I was the only one who could understand that, because I remembered. There was no way for Rena to understand or realize that. I wondered if I was suffering the most of all. There was no way to avoid a tragedy. This was exactly the same tragedy. Different actors. The main character was Rena instead of me, but it was the same thing. Where was I? I was in the audience. I knew how the story ended, but I couldn't come onto the stage. Stop, Rena. Stop. Stop. Are you crying? What's wrong, Keiichi-kun? I stood up slowly and walked towards Rena, just like what Rena did for me before, with my arms open. Please stop. Stop this, Rena. You may not know why now. You may not know why you have to stop me. But if you don't, you'll regret it someday. So please, stop. Keiichi-kun, I'll be mad if you don't move back to the wall. Rena's eyes went cold, and she lifted the hatchet in her right hand. Don't, Kei-chan. I'm okay. Mion told me, but with such a bloody face, how could she be? Are you going to hit me with that hatchet? If you come any closer, I will. Without hesitation. I don't need you anymore, Keiichi-kun. But I want to be with you until the end. So please don't make me mad, okay? Okay? She sounded gentle, but her expression was telling me there really would be no hesitation. Rena would crack my head open with the hatchet of me. But who cares? If you were in my shoes, What do you think you would do? Of course, I don't want to die, so I wouldn't oppose my opponent. If they had a weapon, I would be scared. That's a lie. I know. I know you're strong enough to give up your own life for the sake of your friend. It's my turn now. My turn to be strong. I'm just like you. I won't hesitate to give up my own life for my friends. If you want, I'll give that life to you. So stop this. If you trust your friends, stop hurting her. The same pain will attack you later, so stop. Nobody's trying to scare you. We're all thinking about you. Don't doubt that. Please believe it. Trust me. If you can come to trust me by smashing my head in, go ahead and crush my head with that hatchet. Won't try to protect myself. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll light this place up. Rena lifted the lighter overhead. You fool! How long are you going to dream about such crazy things? You already know that yourself, don't you? And it's all just a bad dream. You want somebody to wake you up. I'm here. I'm here to wake you up from your nightmares. You're the one who has to wake up, Keiichi-kun. Can't you believe that those aliens are trying to invade the village? You believed me back then. Are you doubting me again? Can't you trust me? Rena opened the lid of the lighter. I could tell her thumb was about to light it. Rena was prepared to die along with everyone else. Rena would die without knowing the truth. She would die believing it was the world that was crazy. She would die cursing everything in this world. That was the storyline of this tragedy, wasn't it? This was a theater from hell. What an interesting script. Who wrote it? The devil? Shit. I won't let this happen. Don't underestimate Keiichi Mairo, the original main character. Don't think the same storyline will work again. I'll be taking over the script this time, and I'm going to destroy it. I won't let this bad ending take place. I'm going to destroy their expectations. You're the one who doesn't trust me, Rena. Just trust me, shut up, and trust me. This is all for your own sake. As the main character of the previous tragedy, I'm telling you this. You just shut up and listen to me. What are you talking about, Keiichi-kun? Shut up and trust you? You're the one who doesn't trust me, Keiichi-kun. Why don't you believe me? Shut up. I know you're wrong. I know how you'll end up, so I know you're going to regret it in the future. I don't want you to finish your life without realizing what you've done. You just don't know how sad that is yet. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you okay, Keiichi-kun? Yeah, I bet. I bet you have no idea what I'm talking about. I'll tell you. I'll tell you the story of a pathetic guy. Once upon a time, there was a pathetic guy named Keiichi Mairo. He had no complaints about his life, and he spent every day having fun with his friends. But one day, he started to doubt them. After a while, he started to doubt everything. He didn't notice how worried his friends were, and he hurt them, repeatedly. How sorrowful. They trusted each other, but they couldn't let each other know. Can you believe something as stupid as that actually happened? Then, I beat you and me on. With a metal bat, to the point of death. But you begged me to trust you, until your final moments. You didn't even try to protect your head. You trusted me until your final moments, reaching your hands out to me. I didn't realize what you were doing, and beat you to death anyway. Do you know how sinful that was? I bet you have no idea. That's why I have to make up for what I've done. I'm going to stop you, Rena. If you come any closer, I'll light the lighter. Just as you tried to save me with your life, I'm going to save you, Rena. I still remember how magnificent you were when you died. You weren't even afraid of it. These words will reach him, she thought. These next words will make Keiichi-kun realize. Trust me, Rena. That was when Rena hit my head with the hatchet. I crumbled down to the floor. She hit me with the handle, but my head was probably cut open. I felt the blood in my face. Poor Keiichi-kun, that's not of your own will. The parasites that are living in your brain are controlling you. Oishi-san will find the medicine for it. When he comes, I'll let you take the medicine first. Then you'll be free. You'll return to the Keiichi-kun that I loved. Just hang in there for a little while longer, okay? Damn you. I heard a phone ringing in the teacher's office. Rena listened to the phone ring for a while, then realized it was for her. Rena tried to answer the phone in the classroom, but she couldn't figure out how to transfer the call, so she decided to answer in the teacher's office instead. I'm going to the office for a bit. Don't run away, okay? If any of you are missing, something terrible will happen to Michan, okay? Rena glared at everyone in the classroom, intimidating them, and then left. That was when I heard a honk from the outside. I remembered the signal from earlier. Did Oishi-san want to get in touch with me? I bent down and put the receiver earphone in my ear. Can you hear me? This is Kumagai from Okonomiya Station. Please cough if you can hear me. Cough. Cough. Very good. Please listen carefully. The gasoline the suspect spread everywhere is very dangerous. The classroom is filled with vaporized gasoline right now. It's like a bomb. Please don't aggravate Ryugu-san and don't ever let her play with the lighter. Please don't provoke her anymore like you just did, okay? This bug is awful. It's possible for gasoline fumes to ignite at the slightest spark. Therefore, please turn the bug off after this communication. That's just to be on the safe side. Also, one last thing. According to the suspect's note, she has set a time bomb. Time? She used the kitchen timer to make a simple time bomb, and the classroom will explode if it goes off. We're trying to get some sleeping pills ready to give her to her as an antidote, but we don't have much time left. According to her note, the timer is set for 7 p.m. I looked at the wall clock. It was 6:45 p.m. There were only 15 minutes left. I could hear Rena screaming into the phone. No, the timer's already been set. Hurry up, Oishi-san. I won't wait for even a second longer. As you can hear, Rena Ryu is refusing to reset the timer. She's going to kill herself in 15 minutes. I remembered thinking the same way as Rena. After I killed Rena and Mio, I knew the police would come. I thought someone would solve the mystery after I was dead. If that's what Rena was thinking, then she had been planning to kill herself from the beginning. What do you want me to do? The sleeping pills should arrive soon. But if an explosion took place before we could negotiate, there would be no point. We want you to find the time bomb to disassemble it. You mean cutting red and blue cords like in the movies? It's probably simpler than that. According to the suspect, she used a kitchen timer. It's not a battery operated. It's one of those ones you plug in. It looks like an alarm clock. Do you see anything in an outlet in the classroom? There was one outlet in the back and another at the front of the classroom. I checked, but I didn't see anything that was plugged in. No, I don't see anything. If an ignition was taking place somewhere else, it shouldn't work. It must be somewhere in the classroom. No, I don't think so. The only cord coming from the hallway is the one for Rena's phone. Is it possible for the kitchen timer to be battery operated? It's the type that's powered by electricity. Could it possibly be in another room? If there was a different room where she spread gasoline, then the timer could be in there. Are you telling me to check the whole school? In 15 minutes? Damn, I'm injured here, you know? But if I stayed here, I'd die in 15 minutes. This wasn't a time to be pessimistic. This was probably my last chance to stop this tragedy from taking place. She spread the gasoline while I went out to deliver the scrapbooks, so she must have done it in a fairly short time. I really didn't think she had enough time to spread it anywhere else other than the classroom. Then where was the time bomb? We are doing everything we can from here, so please help us. That's all. If you don't have any questions, I'll end the communication. Is there anything else? No, not really. Ah, wait, yeah, I do have one thing to say. What is it? Please tell Oishi that he should never have told Rena about my past. If I come out of this alive, I'll punch him, so he better be prepared. Wait, 2 punches. One for telling Rena about me, and another for telling me about Rena. I understand. Oishi-san was disappointed in himself for letting Rena Ryu go fool. I'm sure he'll be happy to let you throw a punch or two. Is that it now? Yeah. I've already wasted a few minutes here. See ya. Be safe. Click. Rena was still on the phone. Oishi-san was definitely trying to stall her. From what I can hear, it sounded like he was telling her that they investigated the main Sonozaki residence and found something awful in their secret basement or something like that. Hey, if you went too far, Rena would believe everything you knew. Mion was going to get hit again for lying. Keiichi, Riki-chan and Sasuke crawled up to me. Did you hear? Traps are my specialty. I can't let Rena-san do this to me. Satsuko realized how serious the situation was as well. The lives of the hostages, including her own, were about to be taken. Yet she tried to remain strong. Satsuko, even if you die, please don't hate Rena. Rena is sick. She was just unfortunate enough to get this tragic disease. Remember? We had so much fun together. Satsuko, I still believe both you and Rena are my wonderful friends. How can you still say that she is your friend, after what she has done to me on Sun? But can't you understand, Satsuko? Once a demon starts to act up inside, no matter how tragic the outcome, you just can't stop it. Satsuko quietly hung her head. I didn't understand what Ruka-chan was trying to say to Satsuko, but maybe. I believe in Renaissance. There you go, Satsuko. I hugged Satsuko's head. Ruka-chan's arms were tied, so she couldn't embrace Satsuko, but she put her forehead closer to her embrace. Okay then, I'm asking the world's best trap expert. If you were to blow up this room, where would you set a time bomb? Count on me. The device has to be connected to an outlet, huh? Yeah, that's right. But could be somewhere else other than this room. It's possible that she spread gasoline all over a different room and set the device there. No, I don't think she had enough time to do that. She had gasoline hidden close by and only spread it here. That was about all the time she had. I remember now. Rena told me last night that she had to prepare something for today. That means she had things ready since then at least. Those are all the hints I get, huh? What a cruel mind-sweeping game. You can find it, Satsuko. If you can't, there's no way I can. I'm wagering all my trust in you. You can do it, Satsuko. In order to save Rena, please find it. In that case, very well. I shall prove that Renaissance trap is child's play compared to one of my own. I'm going to ask you one more time. If you were to blow up this room, where would you set the time bomb? Satsuko grinned and then closed her eyes to concentrate. Oh? Who are you people? Move over. Who's in charge here? Several cars had arrived, producing several men. They weren't from the Okonomiya station. One of the men was wearing a suit, despite the hot weather. He approached me, pushing Kumagai aside. Hey, look who's here. Good to see you again, Otaku-kun from the prefectural headquarters. Watch your mouth. I'm ranked much higher than you now, so don't address me so casually. Can I help you with something, Otaku-kun? I'm rather busy at the moment. You can't possibly be thinking about taking over this case. Who approved that exactly? I did, Ueshi-kun. Chief? Takasugi-kun has informed me of the situation. He also told me that you started all this. You can go now. The troops will take over. The troops? Otaku-kun, you aren't going to storm the building, are you? I understand the risk, but we don't have any time left before the bomb goes off. You've taken too long. We're here to take care of the mess you left behind. Just step back for a minute. I couldn't talk back if both the chief and a guy from the prefectural headquarters gave me an order. Oishi-san, who the heck is he? That's Otaku-kun. A long time ago, he was showing off even though he was bad at mahjong, so I taught him a lesson. Or maybe he's still holding a grudge from when I knocked him unconscious in that kendo tournament. Obviously, we didn't get along. Give me the latest update, Oishi-kun. Are you serious about storming the school? We're about to settle this thing peacefully, with some sleeping pills. What are you trying to accomplish here? It's too late for that. If we had another hour, that would be possible. Instead, a special unit from the prefectural police department will move in. Your unit will be their backup. Chief, you know what's going on, don't you? That classroom itself has turned into a huge bomb. But even the classroom isn't the bomb we're scared of. It's the suspect, Rena Ryugu. We finally calmed her down and found a way to settle this peacefully. We're about to start that operation. I know we only have about 10 minutes, but I'll make sure this works. I'll continue negotiating. If it doesn't work, I'll be blown up. Then you can sit back and say I told you so, okay? Oishi-kun, the special unit from the prefectural police department isn't just any old unit. You've heard about the second company, haven't you? What's that, Oishi-san? Is this second company that well known? Do you remember, about 5 years ago? When the JRA hijacked that airplane, Flight 7472? JRA 472. Is that real? Wow, it actually is a real thing. 1977. Carried out by the Japanese Red Army on September 28, 1977, Douglas DC-8 en route from Paris to Haneda with 156 stopped in Bombay. Shortly after taking off, 5 armed JRA members, led by someone, hijacked the aircraft and ordered it flown to Dhaka, Bangladesh. The hijackers took them hostage, demanding $6 million and the release of 9 imprisoned JRA members. The chief of air staff negotiated with his hijackers. Things were further complicated at the airport when, on October 1st, the Bangladesh Air Force mutinied with the lead negotiator almost killed. The next day, October 1st, September 29. How is that working? Huh. 5 hostages were released. On October 1st, announced the Japanese government would accept it. And the hijackers released 118, and on October 3rd, they flew to Kuwait City, where they released 11 more. Finally, the aircraft was flown at Gair, where it was impounded by authorities, and the remaining hostages were freed. Afterwards, contrasted the European and American approach of non-negotiation to Japan's. Shortly after the incident, they established a special assault team to deal with future ones. And escaped until 1987, and he died in prison in 2011. Okay, so basically this team was made afterwards. So they really do exist. But why would a special unit from Osaka be here? Otaka smiled proudly. We just happened to be holding a training session with your prefectural police unit. We requested their help. Nah, you haven't changed, have you? You have a bad tendency to escalate matters quickly. The company members exited the vehicles one after another and took position. They didn't move like policemen. So this is like an assault force. Otaka-kun, are you really going to have a gunfight here? One shot is all it'll take to trigger an explosion. Don't worry. They won't use firearms. They're using riot shields and riot guns. These guns send out tear gas at high pressures. There will be no issue with explosions. Wow, I've never heard of such convenient water guns. By the way, can that toy reach the classroom from across the schoolyard? You don't need to worry about that. You just move over and let us do our job. As I lifted my arms exaggerating, one elbow accidentally touched the car horn to taunt. Of course I did that on purpose. Are you trying to get Keiichi Maebara's attention? Of course. I just hope he heard it. What are you going to tell him now? They're probably thinking about breaking one of the windows with a grenade and then shooting tear gas into the room. They have no intention how serious Rena Ryugu is. Deadly serious. Even the noise of a window breaking could drive her over the edge. Are you saying the special unit can't suppress her? Of course not. That's why we've been so careful. Rena Ryugu has been intending to kill herself this whole time. A raid doesn't work on people who don't care about dying. We only have Maebara-san. Oishi-san, here he is. Hello, this is Oishi. If you can hear me, please cough. Cough, cough. This is an emergency. Please listen. I have a feeling it's not good news. Unfortunately, you're right. The professional police are getting involved. They're going to ruin everything we've worked for so far. There's a special unit about to break in. Hey, the only reason I haven't used my pepper spray is because that won't stop her from igniting the gas. A raid won't work. The prefectural police don't understand that Ryugu-san is prepared to die. They're assuming the lighter is just a threat, and that she isn't really going to ignite the gas. They'll break in within 5 minutes or so. Please take the lighter from Rena Ryugu before they move in. Is that in addition to your order to do something about the time bomb? Yes, that's right. You've got to be kidding me. You want me to take the lighter from Rena and then do something about the time bomb too, all within 5 minutes? Come on. You're the only one we can count on. I'm begging you. How is it, Satsuko? Can you think of something? I just have to check the hallway on the first floor. to check whether it is there or not. Knowing Renaissance patterns, if it was on the first floor, it would be there, and if it was on the second floor, it would be there. I just have to check to see if there's a cord in the hallway on the first floor, right? It should be there. If Renaissance was in a normal state of mind, I would know for certain, but with her being like now, I really cannot figure out her thought pattern right now. Okay, I'll do something. We don't even have time to think about it. I'll look into those two options, myself. I don't want another tragedy. You demons down in hell, I bet you're just waiting for an amusing ending to unfold while eating some popcorn. I won't let that happen. I'm going to change everything. Then I'm going to make you pick up your popcorn off the floor. I spoke to Rena as she continued on with her story about the aliens. Eh? What is it? What's the matter, Cage-kun? Hey, didn't you hear something just now? Rena went quiet and looked around. Rena had become totally paranoid about everything. Once she became worried, she couldn't ignore it. Really? Are you sure, Cage-kun? Yeah, I'm sure I heard something. I knew she'd want to check it herself, but she really couldn't leave the room for something like that. So in that case, she'd have to ask me to check for her. Rena must have been thinking the same thing. Cage-kun, can you go check? Rena gave me an order with a fake smile on her lips. Yeah, okay. Rena watched me go out into the hallway. As I did, she spoke to me. Don't make me angry, okay? Trust me. I'm your friend. Yeah, I trust you. I trust you, so don't betray me, okay? After being freed from Rena, I looked for a cord in a hurry. I didn't even have 5 minutes. The office probably had more outlets than anywhere else. I headed for the teacher's office. Shit, where were the outlets? Unlike light switches, outlets couldn't always be found near entrances. Damn it, why did the clock go in the teacher's office have to make such a loud ticking noise? Don't worry, Keiichi will find it. Renaissance would, if I were Renaissance. If Renaissance was even more mistrusting than usual, where would she set the trap? A trap expert like myself ought to be able to discern that. What's this? I saw a plug inserted into the unit under the principal's desk. I also saw a cord extending under the desk under the door to the reception room. There shouldn't have been any reason why a cord had to be extended into that room. The reception room had an outlet of its own. I tiptoed over to the reception room and opened the door. Squeak. The door squeaked as I cracked it open a little. I poked my head inside the reception room. I saw the suspicious cord crossing the room and extending under the door to the hallway. I followed the cord through the reception room. I opened the door to the hallway, and the cord was extending into the storage closet. The storage closet was used to hold cleaning chemicals. I could smell them from here. The cord was extending into there. I carefully opened the door and turned the light on. The cord was attached to another extension cord. And there was an alarm clock that didn't belong in there. I found it. The time bomb. So all I'd have to do was unplug the cord. I picked up the alarm clock. It looked like a normal alarm clock. Actually, it was a normal alarm clock. I remembered Kumagai calling it a kitchen timer. He said it was a bit like an alarm clock, but this wasn't a bit like an alarm clock. It was an alarm clock. Wait, didn't alarm clocks use batteries? This alarm clock was a battery-operated one too. I looked at the extension cord, and there was nothing plugged into it. What was this extension cord for? Why was this extending all the way from the teacher's office? It's to trap for Rena. No, Keiichi-san, run! Sachiko? That's the wrong place. You've been tricked. A black shadow was covering me. I felt my body freeze. It was so frozen that I felt it was about to crack. I turned around slowly and saw someone holding a hatchet above their head. I dropped the alarm clock. It made a noise as it hit the ground. Why did you follow the extension cord? And why did you have the alarm clock in your hands? Why did you? All the cells in my body were frozen. This was Rena's trap. Rena was suspicious of everyone, including me. This whole time, she thought there was someone connected to the people outside. This was a trap to lure that person out. Only the people outside knew about the time bomb. I was told about the whole thing, and so I followed the extension cord and picked up the alarm clock. How stupid of me. Wait, Rena. I trusted you, Keiichi-kun. How could you? Rena hit me with the backside of the hatchet earlier. It was painful, but it didn't kill me. But this time, she was holding the hatchet the right way. It wouldn't just crack my forehead. It would split my entire head open. Rena lifted the hatchet mercilessly. She moved slowly, as if everything was in slow motion. She looked almost divine. Maybe it really was her. I was praying, after all. Praying? What was I praying for? I was praying for my life. What? Rika? It was so sudden, I couldn't tell what happened. Rika-chan had jumped onto Rena from behind. I didn't know what kind of weapon Rika-chan used, but Rena started moaning, clearly hurt. That brought me back to reality. I couldn't just watch them. I had to get the lighter from Rena. Don't think you can win with mere force. Rena knew I was just after the lighter. She closed her fingers around it tightly. Rika-chan was grabbing onto the arm Rena was holding the hatchet. I wanted to tell her to run, but thanks to Rika-chan, I could use both of my hands to get at the lighter. The lighter flew out of Rena's hands. It hit the hallway wall and dropped down to the floor. I picked it up. At the same moment I did, Rena managed to shake off Rika-chan. Keiichi-san, I know now. I figured it out. I heard Satsuko screaming from the classroom. Satsuko had figured out where Rena hid the time bomb. I wanted to catch Rena, but I didn't have time for that. I had to do something about the time bomb instead. Keiichi, hurry up and go back to Satsuko. Rika-chan had spread her arms, blocking Rena's path forward. What are you doing? Just run. Keiichi, this isn't the first time I've done this for you. Don't you remember? Yeah. If I'd tried a little harder the previous time, you could have made it. So, this time, you are going to make it. Just go. I didn't know what Rika-chan was talking about. But there was one thing I did know. Just like Rena and Mion were ready to give up their lives for their friends, I was willing to give up mine. Riko-chan was prepared for that too. Therefore, telling Rika-chan to run was like telling her she wasn't my friend. So, I will depend on my friend, Rika-chan. Thank you, Rika-chan. Keiichi-san, we're running out of time. Leaving it to Rika-chan, I dashed for the classroom. As soon as Rika heard Keiichi's footsteps reach the classroom door, she sighed in relief. As she did, Rena's black shadow came ever closer. That's great. That's just great. This isn't a club activity, you know? You'll be killed for real. You'll be killed by an angry Rena. You're not afraid of me, are you? You're amazing, Rika-chan. Rika grabbed a mop as she ran from the storage closet. She picked it up and held it upside down, like a spear. Rika's stance told Rena that she was ready to fight. Rika didn't look like a little girl anymore. She looked so brave. That Rena was even startled by it. Boy, you really are amazing. You aren't afraid of being killed at all, huh? Rika smiled cynically. Rika usually never smiled this way. Do you really think I would be afraid of death? I've experienced several hundred deaths up until now. Why should I be afraid of it all of a sudden? You aren't Rika-chan, are you? You're the one I met that night. Show yourself, alien. Where's the real Rika-chan? The real Rika? She's right here. Me, the way you're looking down on me. That really is like Rika-chan. I get it. Oyasho-sama is an alien. The Furude family is descended from him. Therefore, you are a descendant of aliens. I'll crack open your head and drag out all the parasites in your brain. Rena raised her hatchet and charged at Rika with a scream. Yeah! One swing is all I need to smash your head open. Rena looked like a beast charging towards its prey. Rika took a step backwards and lowered her body, preparing to counterattack. She did that with no hesitation. Even a minute is plenty. I'll play with you. Come on, Hatchet Girl. Do you not get it, Keiichi-san? All the hints were already in place this morning. Calm down, Satsuko. Explain more slowly so I can understand. What are you trying to say? It's simple if you just remember. Come on, it's quite obvious when you do. Gasoline was already set this morning. Hey, something stinks today. Close the windows. Silly, it'll be hotter in here if we close the windows. We had been selling gasoline coming from outdoors. There were no forestry service people in the office, so they weren't doing any work today. The smell wasn't coming from anything they were doing. In other words, it was the smell of Rena's gasoline. Rena hid the gasoline near the classroom. She had it in a plastic container. You can't smell gasoline that's in a plastic container. So in other words, she had more gasoline ready than just in the container she used to spread it around the classroom. Where was the smell coming from? Was it coming from outside? Vaporized gasoline is heavier than air. It stinks. It sinks. There was another hint other than that. What? Our ball is missing. You hit it again, didn't you, Hojo? Let's get that bit. Kids who love to play with their ball never lose it. It should have been in the same place it always was. But it was gone. So that must mean that Rena used it for something. Gasoline was coming from above. A ball was missing. So maybe it was stuffed somewhere. Rena-san blocked the drain with the ball and poured gasoline in the drain canal. Where? On the roof of the second floor. The drain canal extended along the roof of the second floor, then came straight down to the ground. If it was plugged and filled with gasoline, it was like a huge Molotov cocktail that extended from the ground to the roof of the second floor. Furthermore, the drain canal ran by the classroom windows. If the canal exploded, the classroom would explode too. Therefore, the time bomb must be... I bet she ran an extension cord out the second floor window. It's on the rooftop. I picked up a pair of scissors and cut Sachiko's bonds. By the way, how did Rika-chan free herself from the rope? I apologize for not being thin enough to slip out myself. I rubbed Sachiko's head. Take care of the rest here. I'm going up to the roof. As I jumped out of the classroom, Sachiko stopped me. Keiichi-san, here. What is it? Something silver sailed through the air. Is it the bat? I caught it. It was a metal bat. That's Nini's. Make sure you give it back to me, okay? Sure thing. Thanks, Sachiko. The metal bat fit right in my palm. I didn't even feel its weight. It really eased my mind. The name Sachi was written on the handle. This was the bat that belonged to Sachiko's brother, Sachi. He was the victim of last year's tragedy. You and I were the same. Won't let another tragedy take place. I'll treat this as a gift from you, who's waiting in the wings. Let's rip apart the script of this demonic tragedy together. Let's go, Sachi! As I tried to run up the stairs, I heard a loud noise coming from the hallway by the teacher's office. I saw Rika-chan rolling on the floor. Damn, Rika-chan. You held out as long as you could. Damn it. If my body were 5 years older. You're next, Keiichi-kun. Whoa! Shit, I have to go. I have to get to the rooftop. How did you figure out? How did you? Still, I won't let you get up there. Rena's face looked unbelievably scary. She was ready to rip me apart if she caught me. In that case, just try me. I jumped up the stairs, skipping every other step. I turned on the book in my pocket. I didn't have time to put in the earphones. As Rena flew up the stairs, her foot caught on a jump rope. She tripped, and then 3 buckets fell on her head. The result of Sachiko's trap. Ow, 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 ow. It was Sachiko-chan, huh? Sachiko leaned against the wall and waved her index finger in a mocking gesture. Oh, ho, ho, ho! You were pretty good, but you were about 300 million light years too early to go up against a trap expert like me. Sachiko-chan, light years are a unit of distance, not time. Smash! The 4th bucket hit Sachiko on the head. I continued up to the rooftop. Rena ignored Sachiko and ran after me. Oh, Ishii-san. I did it. I got the lighter. I know where the time bomb is. It's on the rooftop in the drain canal. I'm headed up there right now. Ishii-san, is that it? Oishi grabbed a pair of binoculars from Kungai and looked at the rain gutter on the rooftop. There was something like an alarm clock sitting there. The cord from the clock was extending into the second floor window. It was obvious, but they didn't even notice it until just then. Satoko was working hard to remove her classmates' restraints, but she couldn't do anything about the bike lock on Leon's neck. Just run, everyone. Forget about me. That doesn't sound like Neon-san. Why not act like our club president, even in a situation like this? All you have to do as our club president is give me an order to undo this lock, okay? Satoko reached for the back of her collar and produced a bent hairpin. Satoko opened the window, climbed onto the windowsill, faced the bike lock that was restraining me. Everyone, open the curtains and the windows, then run. But Class Press, what about my bar-san? The police will help Kei-chan. You'll all need to run as soon as possible. Huh? Did you unlock it already? To me, this type of lock is child's play. The binoculars were trained on the classroom. All the curtains were open, as well as the windows. The children, in turn, were all running out and onto the schoolyard. Oishi pushed Otaka aside, then grabbed his radio and yelled at him. All units, go! Go, go! Secure the hostages. The suspect is going up to the second floor, running after one of them. Hey, what are you doing? Otaka tried to grab the radio from Oishi, but Kumagai stepped in. Oishi-kun, give me back the radio. Yeah! There was a dull noise and Otaka crumbled to the floor, convulsing. Oops, sorry. I guess my knee happened to hit your balls. The classroom was still filled with gasoline. Be very careful. You are forbidden from using any gas bombs or flares. Again, do not use gas bombs or flares. The whole place will burn. Support unit to HQ. We secured 24 hostages. One is injured. This is the assault unit. We're trying to take control of the first floor. We've got a problem. The electrical room is locked and we can't get in. Can't get in? Can't you break down the door? It's located directly opposite the classroom. The smell of gasoline is strong here. You might ignite the gas when breaking down the door. We'll wait further orders. Shit. We could have just turned the power off. Forget the electrical room. Go secure the second floor. Assault unit, roger that. Alpha, go, go, go. Otaka-kun, what were you going to do if you failed to secure the electrical room? That's what the special unit was for. This is the problem with rich boys. We'll just have to secure the clock's outlet now. Sniper unit to HQ. I can see a male hostage on the rooftop of the first floor. Oishi-san, that's my bar-kun. Give me the speaker. My bar's on. The clock is plugged into the back room on the second floor. I shook my head repeatedly. I couldn't do that. Grant was coming after me, so I couldn't head that way. What else could I do? The only way was to go up to the roof of the second floor and get the clock from there. Mara-san! Continue up to the roof of the second floor. I'll direct you from there. Oishi-san was telling me to go further up. Satoko only told me that it was on the rooftop of the second floor, and she didn't tell me where exactly. She only said it was in the drain canal. But maybe Oishi-san found it with his binoculars. I put my foot on the railing of the veranda and ran up onto the rooftop. I had never felt so light. I felt like I could lift myself with just 2 or 3 fingers. That's it, keep going. It's at the furthest end of the drain pipe. You only have 30 seconds. 30 seconds would be plenty of time. I could get there in half that. Over there? Was that it? It was! Sniper unit to HQ. I can see the suspect on the rooftop of the first floor. I wish you could fire, but you're using live ammo, aren't you? It's not tear gas or anything, is it? No, it's live ammunition. Use those in the military. Japanese police don't need anything like that. Marbara-san, she's after you. Hurry! She'll be there soon. How many more seconds do I have? Who cares? Ah! I slid down the roof and grabbed the kitchen timer that was sitting on the drain pipe, which was filled with gasoline. It was a cord with a copper wire attached to it. This was supposed to create sparks and start an explosion. The hands on the clock kept moving, with the second hand trying to reach the minute hand. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2... Whoa! I threw it to the ground. A moment later, I heard the noise of something breaking. Did I do it? Assault unit to HQ. The time bomb has been stopped. Yes! Oishi-san, we did it! We did it! Yeah! My bar-san, good job! Keiichi-san certainly made me nervous. Cutting it so close isn't elegant, no? Not only policemen, but the children who are on their way to the ambulances raise their voices in cheer. Oishi-san, there's a message from the fire department. The scene is still dangerous, so order all units to retreat immediately. Isn't the time bomb gone, though? Although the ignition device is gone, it's still extremely dangerous. The lives of the assault unit might be at stake. Damn. What about my Raccoon up there? Can you jump off? Oishi-san, according to the map, there's a flower bed by the school building. We'll tell him to jump there. Oishi to all units. Stop the operation. Fall back immediately. Fall back. Alpha here, roger that. Beta here, roger that. Fall back. Fall back. Can you hear me, Mago-san? Ryuga-san too. It's too dangerous to stay there. It might explode at any minute. There's a flower bed by the school building. Jump down there. Flower bed? Damn it, can't see it from here. But it didn't sound like I had enough time to be looking for it. I noticed a white hand at the edge of the roof, followed by Rena's head. Rena slowly crawled up to the rooftop. I waited for her there. I never thought you would find it. It was all for nothing. Rena scratched at her throat. The band-aids peeled off, and her throat started to bleed. It's game over. Rena. We were confronting each other on the rooftop, second floor. This wasn't a club activity, but a real battle. Rena was glaring at me with hatred at first. But maybe because she had already given up, she started smiling wickedly. I heard the chorus of the Higurashi in the background, as if to cool us down from the heat of battle. I didn't think we needed their service yet. Yeah, if it was a board game, you'd have reached the goal and won. But this isn't a game. So, this isn't a goal. It's a dead end. Shit, you don't give up, do you? Running, you really are strong. You never give up. You fight until the bitter end. You keep believing until that point, too. Praise like that won't make you happy now. You ruined everything that I had risked my life for, Keiichi-kun. I was simply trying to protect our species from the aliens. You ruined it. If humans go extinct, it'll be your fault, Keiichi-kun. That will be recorded in history. I didn't mean to laugh, but I couldn't help it. My name will be written down in the history books of the aliens as the one who destroyed the human species. Somehow that sounds cool. Rena, no matter what you have to say, I've won this game. I've already won. You just don't want to admit it. That's all. Yeah, maybe you're right. But maybe that's not how it works. The game doesn't end when there's a winner. It ends when there's a loser. That means, for me, winning isn't enough. What do you mean? I tapped my shoulder with the metal bat, gesturing for Rena to come at me. I'm going to make you understand that I won't run or hide. Do you know why? According to the rules of our club, we don't run from our enemies. I'll prove to you that you've already lost, Rena. Are you ready? Parasites and aliens? How stupid. Who'll believe in things like that these days? I can only laugh. You never believed me in the first place, yet you pretended that you did. How dare you deceive me? I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. I don't care if you believe in those things. But I would never believe in anything that stupid. Well, if I did have to believe in anything like that, I'd rather believe in the buried treasures of the Tokugawa shogunate. But if you still want me to believe, don't you remember our club's rules? Whoever concedes victory is the correct one. There you go. Ren and I grinned at each other. As we went round in circles on the rooftop, we both checked the distances between us. If you can take me down, I'll believe in your alien stories. I'll perform a mysterious dance every morning and night to call for UFOs to come and feed on livestock. But Rena, if I take you down, then I want you to be ready. I don't think that you even need to think further than that. I don't think you do. You'll never defeat me. Rena came at me with a heavy strike. I caught it easily with the metal bat. It looked like there were some sparks. This was finally getting interesting. Hey, maybe you shouldn't say that yet. You might be wrong, you know? When I went through a whole lot of fierce battles in our club, I learned something. I learned about myself. Now I know what I need to bring out my ultimate power. Really? I wonder what it is. I wonder. Rena, your hatchet can be a powerful weapon. But my metal bat is as powerful as your hatchet. Sure, it doesn't have a blade, but it reaches farther, and it's easy to handle. I won't be going for a defensive battle. I'm going to fight you face to face, and I'm going to defeat you. I'm sure that I'm stronger than you physically, but you're better at drawing out your true potential, Rena. In other words, we're equally matched. This is great. Like the start of the chapter. You won't need to hold back at all. So what are you going to do after you beat me? Take that, and that, and that. I think I might have the upper hand. Huh. I'm just warming up. Just you wait and see. Wait and see what I do have to take you down. We've both put a lot of chips on the pile. Prepare yourself for having to make a big payout. Aren't you counting your chickens before they've hatched? Your bluffing is just pathetic. You don't get it, do you? My strength increases in proportion to my reward, don't you know? Let's see. You'll be my personal maid. Starting from the moment I wake up until I go to sleep at night, you'll serve me all day, every day. With Coach's help, you'll be wearing a different costume every day. Wait, until I go to sleep at night? What if I make it so you won't let me sleep instead? How about that? That's so like you, Keiichi-kun. No, thank you. Actually, I'll win and make you my servant. We both laughed like crazy people as we struck at each other. It was strange how much fun it was becoming. Ren and I were trying to kill each other, yet it was like a blast. Sparks were flying. We could get seriously injured. If we fell off the rooftop, we'd break our bones. Yet this was so much fun. I had been mourning and crying all day today while Rena terrified me. How did that turn into this? The two of us can't be serious even if we try. Even with sparks flying, we can only goof around. Too bad. That's not like me. I like being elegant and graceful. You can have fun goofing around by yourself, Keiichi-kun. Rena's next strike came at a strange angle, but I managed to deflect it. Whoa! Ta-ha-ha! That's too weak. Too weak. You're done. Haha! Finally, I'm all warmed up. This is just a warm-up, right? Huh? Stupid. This isn't even a warm-up. This is like taking a walk. Hey, you're all sweaty. Instead of sweat, you'll be covered in your own blood. Maribel-san, jump off! Come on, jump! He isn't even listening to us. He's so into it that he can't even hear anything. Wish-san. Sorry. What is it? What do you mean, what is it? We have to figure out a way to rescue him. Wish couldn't figure out why he was distracted, considering the seriousness of the situation. He was engrossed in watching the two of them fight with the sunset behind him. But Oishi wasn't the only one. Everyone watching was captivated by their battle on the rooftop. At that moment, a sudden loud voice broke the silence. Maribel-san, hang in there! Careful, don't fall! The students who were about to climb onto the ambulance were cheering him on. Mio was being loaded onto a stretcher with bandages around her head. But even she sat up, captivated as she was by Rin and Keiichi's doing. It's literally just like Chapter 1 of this. Our once happy days were supposed to have been shattered due to a series of misunderstandings. They were supposed to be irretrievable. But, why? Why did I feel this way? This was such a close game. But it wouldn't be fun to stay in a stalemate forever. Ren and I kicked at each other with perfect timing, and increased the distance between us. Hey, this is a blast. What do you think, Rena? Isn't this just the best? I've been having fun since the very beginning. But it'll be even more fun to split your head open, Keiichi-kun. Split it open! Wow, that's dangerous. Over here. Come back over here. Let's use more space. Something like this doesn't happen too often. Let's enjoy it as much as we can. This would make a great picture. Look, there's a beautiful moon behind us. The breeze feels great. It was such a fantastical scene. Two people were fighting on the rooftop of the school building, with the moon behind them. It was almost unbelievable. All the policemen and children looked at that mysterious and fantastical scene from a distance, completely entranced. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but nobody said anything. Why does it look like they're having fun? Getting all fired up in a breeze this cool reminds me of the Watanabe Festival. I don't really like to just sit back and enjoy the cool of the evening in silence. When the moon comes up, I turn into an animal. All of us club members went crazy on the night of Higurashi. The mayor scolded us by the end of it, but we laughed at each other and promised to do the same thing again next year. Going crazy under the moon, huh? That sounds cool, doesn't it? Maybe we're already crazy. Yeah, I feel the same. We're having fun trying to kill each other. We must be mad already. This must be what insanity is like. Some people say the moon has the power to arouse passions in people. Maybe that's true and maybe it's not. One thing that's sure is that even if it were a new moon tonight, we would still feel the same way. As our surroundings got darker, the sparks we create with each hit started to look like fireflies. Hey now, isn't there gasoline in the drain pipe right nearby? Who cares? If an explosion happens, it happens. Hey, what are you doing? Are you getting too sweaty to hold the bat? Why don't you take a break and dry your hands off? I'll split your head open while you do that, though. That's a good one. Isn't your skirt clinging to your legs? You can take it off if you want. I'll just watch you instead of attacking. Really? Then I'll give you a good blow to the head while you're charmed by my legs. This really is so much fun, isn't it, Rena? Yep, it sure is. We flew. We danced. We struck. We laughed. We stepped back once in a while to catch a breath, and then charged at each other and let the sparks fly. We aimed at each other as we went around in circles on the rooftop of the school, our special stage. Ren and I were all sweaty, but we weren't exhausted yet. The beads of sweat rolling down my body just tickled. We exchanged furious blows, one after the other. Neither of us was at an advantage or disadvantage. Neither of us exulted in victory or raged in defeat. The battle with Ren itself was fun. It was like a dance. A dance I couldn't dance by myself. It was a dance I could only dance with someone with whom I was equally matched. Didn't you think the same thing I did when we did that club activity with the whole class? The day we dueled with water guns? Yeah, I did. We wanted to fight like this again. As we thought that way on the rooftop, our classmates down below must have thought the same. Our fight was so pure and passionate that everyone thought the same thing. We wanted to join them. It was the same back then. We were using water guns, but we did the same thing. But this is far more fun. I don't have to worry about how much water I have left in my gun. Yeah, we can't create sparks with water guns. We couldn't strike at each other like this either. We both were breathing hard, waiting for the right timing to take a step forward. In the midst of that, we grinned at each other. This is exactly what I said then, but I'm going to say it again. Okay then, I'll respond just the same. We both smiled repeatedly in the same moment. This is so much fun. I don't even want an end to this. Don't hate me if you lose. No, I won't. I'd hate myself for ending this game. But I know I wouldn't be the one to cry in the end. I don't know about that. Your feet are getting weak, as if they're made out of straw. Shut up. Whoa. Everyone was captivated by our fight. They were swept up in our fight. We both had weapons. Weapons deadly enough to seriously hurt one another. But we were both perfectly matched, and neither of us had hit the other yet. Why did they look so happy? This was just ridiculous. All the people below were just watching this fight on the rooftop, with the beautiful moon as a backdrop. Not even the police could stop it. This was impossible. This battle was absurd. Absolutely impossible. Keiichi-san, try to stay in the middle of the roof. Use the height to your advantage. Sato-san and some of our classmates cheered Keiichi on, but there were some who were cheering for Rena too. To them, this was no longer a fight to the death. It was just the second round of their water gun battle. It's really being drawn out, jeez. A club activity is a club activity and a game is a game. This was just the second round, so nobody would die. Even though they had real weapons, nobody thought they would get hurt. Rika wasn't cheering. She was just looking up at the rooftop. I've never seen anything like this before. Rika thought to herself. She thought Keiichi could win. Not just against Rena. Rika thought Keiichi could destroy the walls of the maze of tragedies that had no exit. What are the snipers doing? The suspect is trying to harm the hostage. Fire immediately. Azutaka yelled into the radio. Mion screamed for him to stop. No, don't shoot Rena. Rena isn't crazy. She isn't who she was earlier. That's a different Rena. So please don't shoot her. What do you mean she's different? Look! She's swinging around that weapon. She's trying to kill him. Unless we shoot her down, the hostage is in danger. No, don't shoot at Rena. If you shoot Rena, Kei-chan will kill you for sure. I can guarantee it. Why would he kill me? They aren't trying to kill each other. They're just having fun creating sparks. Can't you see? Kei-chan was talking to her too. He's telling her that they're equal. That means she can trust him more than anyone. Kei-chan will wake Rena up. No, he's already waking her up. Rena's nightmare is almost over. Keiichi-kun, you're the best. I don't even want to kill you anymore. A world without you would be so boring. Huh, thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it. So what's going to happen to the world, huh? Aren't aliens trying to invade it? You know, I don't think I even care about aliens or parasites anymore. If the world is going to perish, go ahead and perish. Who cares about the conspiracy of the three families anymore? Anyway. That's right, even if a meteor hits Earth tomorrow. Nothing could be more fun than this moment. Hey, aren't you supposed to die tonight due to some poison? You sure don't look like you only have a few hours left to live. That's right, I completely forgot about that. I'm supposed to claw out my throat and die tonight. Hey, that's the scenario you came up with, don't forget. Come on, scratch your throat once in a while at least. Hey, I know, it doesn't itch anymore, does it? Definitely doesn't. This is more fun than scratching your throat could ever be. Yeah, this dance farce is really way more fun. I wish it would never end, but my body was screaming. I was breathing hard, felt dizzy from lack of oxygen. My upper body felt as light as a piece of paper, as if even a slight breeze could take me away. It really had been a blast, but I needed to end it soon. I felt the same sadness as in that water gun fight. Back then it had been declared a draw. I wonder what will happen this time. Who knows? But one thing is for certain. What? I love doing this with you. Me too. I jumped backwards and slammed the roof with my bat. The sound was as intense as a huge drum, and the noise woke up the people who were captivated by our fight. The silence returned, and the chorus of Higurashi filled the air. Okay, let's pause for a moment. Sure, let's end this with one more strike. We started to move slowly and increase the distance between us. Everyone realized it. This fight was ending very soon. Okay, this is it. I'm going to ask you one more time. What is it? Hey, you're betting something on this, right? Isn't that why you were fighting? I did? Sorry, I forgot. You're hopeless. Okay, listen carefully. If I win, you'll become my personal maid and serve me every day. You'll have to introduce me to others as your master. My uniform better be cute. Of course it will. There will be a variety of uniforms, ranging from old-fashioned ones to ones that are a little dangerous. They'll be custom-made so they'll fit you perfectly. How about that? My goodness, I don't intend to lose, but that could be fun somehow. If you win, Rena. If you win, I'll believe your stories. Rena was happy until just a moment ago. That expression was suddenly wiped from her face. The aliens are invading the Earth and we have parasites in our brains. The Sonozaki family is pulling the strings. They're researching the parasites in secret, and aliens will be in control of the world starting tomorrow. I'll believe in that. Also, since you're dying tonight, I'll make sure you go peacefully, so don't worry. It's not fun if I win, is it? Your reward sounds a lot more fun, Cage-kun. Well, what can I do? You did all this because of what I just said, right? Yeah, I guess. Sorry, I almost forgot. Anna smiled sadly for a moment, assuming that expression was wiped off her face too. I'm going to win no matter what. I want my personal maid. Boo, boo. It's not fun if I win. Then do you want to change it? What do you want? Finally, Rena smiled happily again. The breeze dried our sweat. It was a good feeling. We no longer went crazy, even with the moon out. We could finally enjoy the coolness of the evening. It would be so nice if we could just lie down on our backs and gaze at the moon. Still smiling, Rena spoke. I want the same reward as yours, Cage-kun. What? You want me to be your maid? That's something. You don't have to be my maid, but the rest is the same. I want you to say good morning to me every morning and good night every night. I want you to treat me well and let me play around all the time. I guess, no matter who wins, we'll always be together. We'll be together, but the one who gets special treatment is different. Why am I fighting with someone I like so much? I don't know. Why are we on the rooftop? Why would we even come up here in the first place? I don't know. I forgot. Maybe we're both airheads. That's why we floated up here. Yep, we're airhead buddies. We're buddies, alright. Well then, shall we get started? I don't want to cool down too much. You're right, we better finish up before it gets too cold. Probably gonna have to end this fight. Not finish the game. We raided our weapons, took our stances. I was going to suggest that we stop this. I really was. I shook my head slowly. No, we have to finish this. Otherwise it won't end. Our fight won't end. We can't quit. We have to bring it to an end. This isn't right. It's possible that no matter who wins or loses, there will be no reward. Even if that happens, we shouldn't hate each other. So I'm going to tell you this now. What? It was fun. Yeah, I feel the same way. Rena, even if one of us dies, we'll see each other again. And when we do, we'll have fun in a normal way. Laugh together in a normal way. Fall in love in a normal way. We won't doubt each other. We'll trust each other. And we'll meet again. Right? For sure, right? Yes. For sure. Tears appeared in Rena's eyes. I noticed I was about to break down too. Okay. Are you ready? There was no signal, but we stepped forward at the same time. Our shadows jumped into the moonlight. We were fighting so viciously earlier, but now it was like we were moving very slowly. It must have looked like a shadow play. Everyone was watching the shadows dance. Rena's shadow hit my metal bat violently. As a result, I let go of it. The metal bat bounced once on the roof, then rolled down to the school. I had lost my way. Here was Rhea's chance. Of course, she wouldn't miss it. I was lying down on the roof, and Rena got on top of me. Rena's knees were holding down my arms. There was no way for me to fight back. The moon was divided into two. The shadow of Rena's hatchet had split the moon right down the middle. This was the end. Shit. That was good. Can't even pull my arms away. Hey, Cage-kun. It's over, right? Not yet. It's not over until you swing down your hatchet. I don't want to. Huh? I don't want to. I don't want to. Rena's arms were still raised, but tears were pouring from her eyes. What happened? What went wrong? I loved everyone. I trusted everyone. When did I start to doubt them? I don't know why I'm doing this to you. I don't know. Why? Why am I doing this to people I love so much? You realized it. You realized it in this world. I can't believe myself. Every day was so much fun. But why? Why? I didn't have any complaints. I didn't worry about anything. So why did I try to destroy everything with my own two hands? Rena, you're incredible. After I killed you and Mion, I didn't realize I had done anything wrong. So I left a note and called Oishi-san. I still believed that someone else was at fault. Until, even after I was dead. I didn't even notice I had sinned. How sad it was to kill my friends because of a little misunderstanding, even when they were trying to help. And how painful it was not to realize it was a sin. Therefore, you're amazing, Rena. You didn't kill any of your friends. You came to your senses before you committed a sin. You're incredible, Rena. Just incredible. You're totally different from me. Rena stood up slowly and lowered her hatchet. I hurt my friend. I hurt Michan. Just apologize to her. Personally, I appreciate that the wounds will help me tell the twins apart. I've already killed. Huh? No, you haven't. Who'd you kill? Rina Mamiya, Tepe Hoja. Ah, those two. I thought it was right to kill them. The day I killed them, the world started to go crazy. Did that mean that was wrong? To kill them? I don't know if it was right or wrong, but it wasn't the best thing you could have done. What do you mean the best thing? Don't you know? I grabbed Rena's head and embraced her. Then I told her. I told her something so simple. It was so simple that anyone could think of it. But Rena didn't do it. I didn't do it either back then. If you're in danger, or you feel like doubting others, or something sad happens, it's so simple. You should talk to your friends. That's right. You're right. Rena cried in my arms for a while. She cried about the wrong choice she made at the very beginning. The choice couldn't have been hard to see. I'm sure it was something that was within her grasp. How stupid it was to worry about it by herself. She had friends. She had friends whom she trusted. Why did she think she couldn't talk to her friends about it? I was wrong. Why didn't I talk about it? Everyone trusted me, so why didn't I trust them? I was the same way before. That's why I won't lie. But you realized it. You realized it a lot sooner than I did. We will trust each other. We'll never doubt our friends. We'll rely on each other. We will talk to each other and help each other. That's why friends are always happy. Why we can endure anything together. Okay, Rena. Why don't we respond to the curtain call? This is really the end of everything. What do you mean by the curtain call? What do you mean? Well, I was just talking to myself. Come on. To the not like this man behind the screen. Come on. We stood up together, holding hands. The moon was hanging behind us. When I nodded, Rena threw away her hatchet. It disappeared into the darkness below. Then I spoke to the audience in hell, the demons who weren't expecting this ending. I was proclaiming victory. That's all for tonight. We overcame this tragedy. We'll never doubt each other again. Except when we do. We'll be united forever. No matter what disaster might befall us, don't think we'll ever yield. Who cares about tragedy? Who cares about disaster? Even if the script is written by demons, we'll tear the whole thing to pieces. Was that literally the ending? One minute! 1 minute! The incident at the Forest Servide Field Office in Hinamizawa. Date of event, midday, June 25th, 58th year, show at 63. Hinamizawa, Shishibone City, Chome. Inside the Forest Service Field Office, not survived. On June 25th, the suspect, Rina, broke into the Forest Service Field Office. She forced her way into the classroom of the local school, housed within the office complex, and proceeded to take 25 people hostage. The suspect carried around a large quantity of gasoline and held the school hostage for over 7 hours. The situation remained in a deadlock for some time, but at 1845, several hostages resisted and fled from the building. At the same time, a special unit from Osaka Police Department's 2nd Riot Division arrived on the unit. 24 of the hostages were safely rescued. The remaining hostage fled to the roof. After brief pursuit, the suspect engaged him in close combat. At 7:10, she agreed to disarm and surrender, freeing the final hostage. Casualties 4, all minor injuries. Mion, she was captured by the suspect around noon that day, escaped at 6:45 and was taken to safety. Inflicted minor injuries on her during the fight. But she wasn't part of a fight. Captured by the suspect then, 6:45, during the fight. No. It's not a cow. She fell and suffered minor injuries during her escape. Keiichi, minor injuries when he engaged her in combat. Released by her at 7:10. During June? I don't think the moon is out at 7:10 in June. Regarding the arrest, Rina disarmed and surrendered to the police at 19:10. 710, and arrested, taken to Okonomiya Police Station and questioned. She admitted to the outline given above. Some dispute about the accountability of the suspect during the crime, but after subjecting her to a psychiatric examination, the prosecution determined the suspect is fully accountable for her actions. So that's a good thing, honestly. Direct opposition has submitted their own psychiatric examination report denying the suspect's accountability. The trial is currently in session. Just get her some laughing and you'll be all set. Oh, can I skip a bit? It's good that it's a bit slow, I will admit that. But you could let the players speed up a bit. Not going to complain. Not a real complaint since it's an old game. Just want to say that. Higurashi Kai. Sumi Horoboshi chapter. The cat wants to come up. He has eaten his food, and now he is satisfied. Jump mode has been unlocked. Yes, we already know about that. Sadly, I didn't have that earlier. Tips reading room. Staff room, of course. And the demon's script, which we do not know what that means. The curtain call. Overcome tragedy. Let's go to our last tip. Omake. Bonuses. Tips. Last page. Last 17th year. So 2005. Thankfully, put that there. The car began to rattle as the road turned from the asphalt to gravel. Cries of cicadas seeped through the tightly shut windows. Most people would open their car windows and let the natural air in, along with the sounds of the cicadas. But people are also spoiled. He'd rather keep himself cool with the air conditioning turned to max than listen to the sounds of nature. Usually it was the rainy season at this time of the year, but this June, the summer had already come without any rain. Just like how the weather was on that day 20 years ago. 83, 2005, 22 years ago. The air around this area is just as clear as I remember it. Yeah, the winds are cool and the sunshine is bright. This place could have become a World Heritage Site just like the village in Gifu. What a waste. But thanks to that, there are no irritating tourists around here. God dang tourists! See, that makes it much better. Why do tourists forget about pedestrian traffic laws when they're in rural areas? They walk in the middle of the road, you know? Akasaka-senpai, do you still do stuff outdoors? Wait, him? Not as much as I used to. My job doesn't give me much free time. Same here. Oh, hey. There he is. The other man noticed and waved his hand before anyone in the car could honk the horn. The man was a young fellow on a motorcycle with a big backpack on his shoulders. It looks like he was ready to go camping. Akasaka and his partner stepped out of the car and shook hands with the young man. Captain, it's good to see you again. Yo, how have you been doing lately? Well, I hope. You can take it easy today. This is Akasaka-senpai. He took care of me back in college. Hello, my name is Akasaka. I wish he was supposed to come today, but he had to go for a medical checkup at the last minute. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you. It's an honor, sir. So, Akasaka-senpai, where shall we go first? His name was Mamoru Akasaka, Chapter 4. He was a veteran detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Despite the fact that he was close to his retirement, he hadn't lost his clear instinct and sharp eyes at all. Those eyes showed the confidence he built through many risky experiences. and he had a well-built, muscular body and fearless arm. He must have fought against many violent criminals. His connection to Higurashi went back almost 30 years, all the way back to 78. He was in the Public Safety Division in the Metropolitan Police Department. There he met Oishi and Rika. Rika predicted her own death. He regretted that he couldn't save that girl, so once again she died here. The Great Hinamizawa Disaster. And met up again with Oishi. They pledged to uncover the mystery of both the cruel fate that fell upon the little girl and the series of mysterious deaths. Unfortunately, it was sealed off for a long time. As a result, all they could do was publish the little information they'd gathered, and ask for their readers to send their tips and clues. But recently the seal had finally been lifted. However, they couldn't come until today due to Aksaka's busy work and Oishi's poor health. In fact, Oishi was supposed to come with Aksaka, but he was called in for an emergency health checkup. The other two came along were juniors from the university. One worked at the ground self-defense force, the other was his subordinate. They were assigned the mission of sealing it off, so they were quite knowledgeable about the village. He took out a scrapbook from his bag. The corners of the scrapbook were all dented, making it look very old. Flipped through the pages, thought for a second, and let them into their first place. Alright, I'm going to go Fuchi Swamp. No problem, right this way, sir. The young man got on his bike and waited for the others to get back to their car. They honked at each other to signal that they were ready, and the young man led the car to the swamp. Heading through the forest, they came to an open area where the ground was covered by concrete. There wasn't a single drop of water in sight. All the water of the swamp had been replaced by concrete. That was what Fuchi Swamp looked like now. There isn't even a single drop of water, let alone a swamp. I was told that they sealed the swamp right after the disaster. This place was already encased in concrete by the time I arrived here for my mission. Let's go down there and take a closer look. Akasaka car walked to the center of the concrete-filled swamp. It wasn't a parking lot or a heliport. It was just a huge, empty concrete space right in the middle of the forest. So this is the place people say was a landing spot for UFOs. Really? I've never heard of that. Well, that's what they write on occult websites. They say that this is the place where our government met with aliens. You can't blame them for such rumors. Though, because an empty concrete space in the middle of the forest sure does look weird. Volcanic gas erupted from the swamp in June 1983. Same time as always, destroyed the village in a single night and sealed it off. But the people who write those rumors on the internet actually have a point. Any geologist could tell you that covering a source of volcanic gas with concrete is absolutely useless. That's true. I've never heard of anyone trying to prevent a volcano from erupting by pouring concrete into its crater. On the other hand, our country is known for wasteful construction. It's money. Lately, people who love things like supernatural phenomena and UFOs write on the internet about it. It's well known by now that the cause was an eruption of deadly volcanic gas from a magma chamber. In 1986, a similar natural disaster occurred at Lake Nyos in marine Africa, so people easily believe that such a rare natural disaster could occur anywhere on Earth. And that was what happened in Venezuela as well. However, rumor about another possible explanation that began to fly on the internet recently. They say that the disaster was a cover-up by the government, and that it was actually a biochemical terrorist attack by aliens. Aliens. Why had such a rumor begun to spread now? They claim to back up their theory with a secret document known as File Number 34, or, in other words, Me-Yo. Someone online named it for descriptive purposes, but the name spread and stuck since then. Also because Rule 34. People loved it. No idea how they got it, but they posted scans and pictures, which are all ridiculous. Plus, more fake evidence was produced over time. And here it is. Started on the internet, truth and lies were all mixed together. Notebook written by her. Mostly named after her. And demon myth. Prophesized it. According to her research, it was the UFO. Parasitic bacteria. The alien saved them by weakening it. Those maniacs do indeed have a colorful perspective on things, don't they? Do you remember Nostradamus' prophecies? People said that the world was going to end in 1999, but nothing happened in July and people acted like they didn't even know about it. Those TV shows made people as scared as they could be and then ignored the fact that it didn't happen. But Takano did predict the Great Hinamizawa disaster. It's not a lie. Look at this page in the scrapbook. You must be joking. Are you for real? And maintaining control over them, wanted to regain its power, researching how to bring back its power. People say the disaster was actually part of their plan. But the Japanese government has a secret division that fights against alien invasions. And they trained at Area 51 in the US. They moved in to stop the invasion by sealing off the entire village, killed the rest off by toxic gas. There's a movie that's just like that. Some black guy is the lead character. What was the title? Am I Black or something? Too crazy to be real, but the writer of this bunch of bull was mysteriously murdered in 1983. Right before her death, she gave the scrapbook to a girl as if she knew she was going to die very soon. Girl A. The Reina Ryugu theory. Inherit it, try to fight against planned invasion. Of course, no one believed her, and soon she was in a state of paranoia. When she held the school hostage. And the very next day, the disaster happened. And the main consistencies in SDF's immediate sealing off. Filling the swamp with concrete is one such example. Several soldiers there testified that some people were conducting secret investigations. Of course, there are those who think it's just coincidence to say that the researchers simply took precautionary measures to keep people out. I do agree with the latter people. People also question why they sealed it for so long. After its eruption, Miyake Island was only sealed off for 4 to 5 years. What happened in Hinamizawa was an exceptionally rare one, yet it was sealed for over 20 years. I hear the residents returned to their home island faster than was originally intended, because they requested it so strongly. But for Hinamizawa, no one was alive, so the government probably took their time. How about this one? The members who were on their mission to seal it had their blood samples taken periodically. Some of them were discharged from the mission without any explanation after the results came back. Some believe that they were using the members of the SDF to see if they got infected or not. I think they were just checking on their members' condition since they were in the area. Besides, normal businessmen also take annual physical checkups. I understand your point too, but I have another theory. Some people who believe that there was no gas emitted during the so-called disaster. No gas? What does that mean? Basically what they're saying is there was no gas and it was a government cover-up. It's like in the Spielberg movie, the one where humans make contact with UFOs. See, that's exactly how maniacs always explain things. What kind of basis do they have to say that there was no emission? Well, a bunch of those maniacs came to Hinamizawa as soon as the seal was lifted. According to them, the hydrogen sulfide in the gas should cause some corrosion to metallic objects and major damage to the wildlife. However, they found no such signs, which led them to claim there was none. But this village was abandoned for 20 years. I doubt that they could find anything anyway. Well, that's the thing with the internet. You can't believe everything you read on it. Think people who really do that? Go on the internet and tell lies? Senpai, please don't tell me you're buying these stories. At first I didn't, but lately I'm beginning to think there might be some truth to them. You believe in UFOs? Come on! Well, what if the scrapbook is the real file number 34? Huh? This scrapbook is the one that Reina Ryugu possessed when she took the school hostage on that day. Oishi-san's old friend was able to locate it in evidence storage at the prefectural police headquarters. Back then, Oishi thought Reina was delusional, but after reading this again after the disaster, some of the contents seemed to hold vital clues. It's not the alien part that he was interested in, but her theory that an endemic disease of parasite microbes in Hinamizawa was responsible for the curse. Of course, there's no proof that such microbes existed, so it still remains a theory. But he might have been researching how to bring back the original deadly one. And a disaster could be an experiment that went wrong. The chief doctor died mysteriously right before it. What? Wow. Rika was brutally murdered on the night she took hostage. There's the saying there. There could have been an underground research lab beneath it. Could have been forced to do the research, but he couldn't live with his own sins and committed suicide. She could have been brutally murdered. But the experiment went wrong. They became a killer virus. And the night the village was exterminated. It's obvious it wasn't just a gas disaster. You can't ignore the fact that one girl predicted a terrorist attack right before it, and that several villagers died mysteriously. including herself, who wrote about all of it in the scrapbook. It doesn't sound right to say it was an unpredicted and coincidental natural disaster. When you read this, it's obvious. So you're saying it wasn't a natural disaster, but it was an act of terrorism? In the modern era, everyone in Japan knows about the shocking incident where a doomsday cult created a nerve gas, sarin, and unleashed it for the purposes of mass murder. But in the 80s, the idea of a single cult being able to carry out such an act of terrorism didn't even cross our minds. Some also whisper that SDF kept the area sealed for so long so they could study some lethal virus, but I'm not convinced. At least this story sounds more convincing than the one with the aliens and UFOs. The idea of cultists and domestic terrorism sounds more rational. Maybe there really was a UFO that crash landed. When Reina Ryugu took the school hostage, one of her demands was to have them pull out the wreckage of the UFO. It's ridiculous. Look at it. The swamp is filled with concrete several meters thick, and there's no way we can check. It's all because of the ridiculous construction that doesn't even do anything with gas. Well, the only way to prove the theory would be to find a survivor of Hinamizawa and try to find that microbe in her. Sadly, that's almost impossible. After the disaster, some survivors were subject to a witch hunt. So even if there are any, they won't tell you they're from this area. Right after the disaster, some people from Hinamizawa started displaying erratic behavior. When they started dying mysteriously and committing suicide in strange ways, people got scared of them and chased them out of their neighborhoods. The government was partially useless in protecting their privacy at the time. So, residents of Hinamizawa lied about where they were from and have kept it that way since. In that case, it's a dead end, but it's my duty as a cop to keep trying. There's enough circumstantial evidence to say that the disaster wasn't a natural one. I could grab a hold of one piece of concrete poof, if I could. I think I could start reading the truth behind all this. Yeah, but it's been over 20 years. The truth might be lying somewhere very deep in the darkness. That's true. I might not find any answers. It's already the 21st century. What happened in Hinamizawa in June 1983? The only factual evidence I had was that Mio Takuno mysteriously died and left her scrapbook predicting a bioterrorist attack. A young girl took the school hostage to make people listen to it, but no one took it seriously. The chief doctor of the village committed suicide. People believe that Rikufude was reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. She was brutally murdered. What was the truth behind the scrapbook? Was it written to reveal a huge conspiracy? Or just a bunch of delusions? If the contents of the scrapbook were true, the disaster could have been avoided if we had heeded the warnings of one girl. If they weren't true, then who created the disaster to follow the scenario of the scrapbook? After the sarin nerve gas incident, the words mind control came into the spotlight. Not mind rape. In contrast to brainwashing, which can easily force a person to commit certain acts in the short term, mind control takes a long time to gradually make a person believe that what he or she must do is the right thing to do, and to act upon it as if it were his or her own idea. It's a form of character alteration, which is far more serious than brainwashing. The cult behind the gas incident induced fear and anxiety into its members through its revelations in Doomsday. At the same time, they ordered them to do certain things as means of salvation, and had them do so voluntarily. The formula was quite similar to how Reina became a puppet. So does that mean Reina was mind controlled by someone? Does that mean the cult that mind controlled her tried to cause the end of the world in order to increase the credibility of their teachings, just like the other cult did? Did that make file number 34 some sort of religious textbook for them? Who knows? I'm just asking questions. When I lose my grip on what's true and what's not, it sometimes makes me feel that someone might be laughing and amusing at this disaster. The scrapbook was like a script. It was a script for the tragedy that takes the lives of thousands of villagers in one night. It was a script for demons who laugh at that loss of human life. Someone wrote the script. Someone performed it. Someone watched the show and laughed. Damn it. What the hell happened in Hinamizawa in June 1983? Find out next time on Higurashi When They Cry Cock. What up? No but up? Oh, I think it doesn't consider me having read this tip because of the crash. So let me just skip through here. Yep, that's what I thought. Gotta get that last Chivo. Oops, staff. Hello, my name is Rikishi. What's up? I hope you enjoyed playing Higurashi, Chapter 6 in Higurashi. There are several themes I wanted to write in this chapter, but I'd like to talk about one of them here. It's about the denial of murder, again. I had to write about it sooner or later, since this is a novel about serial murders. There are two means that youngsters in particular use these days to solve problems, which are murder and suicide. When we feel stressed, we choose to either get rid of the source of the stress or to get away from it. Fight or flight. Let's say you're bullied by a kid at school. You have two ways to solve the problem. You choose to either get rid of the kid from the current environment or get away from the environment itself. Usually bullies are stronger and have their underlings, so you don't stand a chance alone to get rid of them. It's not easy to switch classes or to quit school, so you can't easily get away from the situation. As a result, the situation gets worse day by day, and the stress urges you to solve the problem immediately. And you come up with murder or suicide as easy solutions. If suicide is considered defeat, you'd want to consider murder. I feel that there are many people who think that. However, you actually committed a murder, it wouldn't be easy to pay for the sin. I believe murderers know that well too, but you really hate the bully who pushed you to the limit where you have no choice but to kill him. So, with determination that turns your entire life upside down, you commit murder. But if you have such determination, there must have to be more ways than opting for murder, which should be the last resort. You can talk to your friends, talk to your family, talk to your teacher. If all of them ignore you and pretend there's nothing wrong, then what? There have to be more ways. All modern era is better than any before it. There are many hotlines you can call to talk to someone. The people who will answer the phone aren't amateurs. They're volunteers, but they're also veterans who have worked as social workers or juvenile counselors. And more social experience and passion, you know. Okay, but when the past rings true every single time, supposedly in Japan, teachers put it under the rug. Parents pretend there's nothing wrong. Friends ostracize you because they don't want to be bullied. How can I write even more entertaining stories? And that's it. Good night. Alright, that's it for tonight. Next week I'll be starting Chapter 7, but Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. will be the start of 6, Master of Shadows. Good night. Sleep tight. Bye-bye.